is going on, people? How's everybody doing?
Uh-oh.
So welcome to a Monday night full 42 special edition. We have, unfortunately, Chris is missing. Chris is in Texas, probably quite literally in hell, without power still. The storm that went through knocked out the grid in Houston and probably some surrounding areas. So if he does tune in, Chris, hope everything is well and you're not melted yet. But hopefully they said tomorrow or Wednesday they should have the power back on. So unfortunately, he's not here tonight. Fortunately, we are joined by Mike and Tim from Board Game Rundown and special guest that they did not know about, Wes. How is everyone doing?
Well, sitting in a dark basement like I do on a Monday.
Mm-hmm.
No power like Mr. Rice up there.
Yeah.
Mike can't hear me. Can you hear me?
I got tons of power down here. It's amazing. We're using all of it. I've got like 12 different lights on.
It's all the power.
Did he literally? Did he not hear anything? Mike can't do anything. Nope. Can't hear you.
Mike trolled himself.
As effective in the show as usual.
It must be Mike's generator that runs his computer for Pornhub, and then he can't defend himself, so I can say whatever I want. And I think he said his AC. I think that's what he said.
I love that he looks thoroughly confused too. It's pretty great to see.
Yeah. Oh, he left.
All right, well that's it.
Well, that was fun, boys. All right.
West, good job. It was a takeover. Eric, good to see you. Yeah, no power. He's got, I guess, whatever storm came through, wiped out part of the grid around him. I know he's going to his, I believe he said his in-laws or anything, so he can charge up and like reset and everything during the day and then goes back at night. But I can't imagine being in Texas in 89 degree weather with no AC indoors. Crazy.
I hate it when we're out of power, like ever. I can't.
Now I can hear.
Oh, there he goes. He's back.
Back.
It drives me nuts. I feel really bad for Chris, but
yeah, that does suck.
I do as well. I would hate to make light of the situation.
Yeah, he's got a whole list of them. See how many you can count throughout the show.
Can we go back to without Mike?
I want to see if there's a running record of how many of those no power jokes Mike has.
Hopefully you've got a notepad.
I'm not taking notes. I have too much stuff I need to do on my end. So I'm sure somebody will. The internet will.
I'll just do a little tally. There was one joke so far. Does it count as a joke if nobody laughs?
I mean, I appreciated it. It was kind of funny.
Fine, that's a tally. All right.
Appreciate that.
Sorry.
Nice to see you, Wes. I like the surprise.
Yeah, it's Wild West Secret Surprise on Monday, so it's totally worth it.
It's funny, before the show, Mike was talking about audibles and something, and your name came up, and they didn't know. I was like, oh, that's real. That's why I was saying 2 P's, Mike. Yeah, just getting them to Heinrich. Hail in May, Jesus.
Yeah. Eric's up in like the Grand Rapids area, right?
He's in Detroit.
Oh, Detroit. Okay.
That's close to Grand Rapids, isn't it?
No, no, it's not. Like if this is Michigan, like we are here, Detroit is over here, and Grand Rapids is like not even that high, kind of like over there.
It all seems like an hour away or so.
Yeah, sure. It's 2 hours away to Grand Rapids from us, and it's 3.5 hours to Detroit. So
yeah.
What's going on, Dave? What's the little link above your name there? It's only showing in the comments, but there's like a little link up there. That's weird.
Uh-oh, he's spamming you. Don't click on it. It's a trap. Oh. Now you subscribe to his OnlyFans.
Yeah, that's fine. Dave's OnlyFans? Jesus.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
You've seen that shirt.
It's nothing but him with a bottle of Malort and a bow tie.
And a sparkly purple bow tie.
But he's always Austin Powersing the Malort, right? So it's like just blocking different poses.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not from there, so everything is close.
It is
You
the
guys are
most
like
Googs.
nearby me too. Like everybody's just close. It just feels like we're
Well,
just right around the corner from each other.
hello,
Yep.
I'm Earth. Have we met?
Yeah,
You know, Googs, I wish you lived as close to us as West does. I really do. That would be awesome.
Oh yeah, man, that would be amazing.
I'd be in trouble. I already
yeah.
get in trouble whenever I game with West anyways.
Mhm.
I would be like, it would be times 5 the amount of trouble that I would be in.
Oh,
So-
100%. It'd be a lot of trouble. Yeah, a lot of trouble. So speaking of trouble, tonight we have top 5 games that are new to us. So I'm interested how everyone put their list together for that thing, because that could be anything. And then we have the normal stuff. We'll do the announcements. I want to check in on Wes with how Rove is going. We have Lucas painting and a whole bunch of other chaos that'll happen, I'm sure, from everybody in the comments, as always.
I'd be disappointed if it didn't.
This is
Me as
true.
well.
Mm-hmm.
This is true. Yeah, I'd be disappointed. I mean, even though Chris isn't here, it doesn't mean chaos cannot ensue, right?
Oh,
For
absolutely.
sure.
Right.
Correct.
So, yeah, do the like and subscribe thing. I started with it to try and remind myself not to
Good
fuck
plan.
this up this time. Yeah, we'll see.
Good plan.
The whole time on Friday, we were playing a game, and I left the. What did I leave up? Not the Wild West surprise. The prize and punishment.
Yeah, you left up prize and punishment when we were playing the game for 3 hours.
The whole thing. Yeah, wrong banner on the bottom. It's great. I'm really not good at this, so it should be fun.
It's the only way to be sure. Just leave it up the whole time.
This is a good definition.
Yeah, Donnie.
Yeah,
Chaos.
Dave, you got it. You got it. I'll share that link out. It comes with your phone number though, so be ready. Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, was it Wild West was on the whole game? Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They can fix it in post, right?
Oh
yeah. Yeah.
Sure. All right, let's move along. Let's do announcements. I know we got a bunch of stuff going on. I'll do the Luca painting and stuff later. West, how's Rove going?
Going really well. We're slated to hit probably about 275 this evening. Hopefully we'll hit our next stretch goal probably either tomorrow or the next day, which is a fan created one shot that is an expansion into the base game. So we're super excited about that. Mm-hmm. Yep, all the rovers are going to be completely naked. It's gonna be amazing.
What's the Rovian equivalent of Malort?
That is a great question.
Like
Probably
troll brow, like something.
Yeah, there isn't a whole lot of liquor necessarily in the world, but there's they do eat some weird things. So I think baby grubs would probably be the closest option.
There you go.
There's a ton of that happens, so that'd be my guess.
So they're posing
Crush
with
them
a
up.
bowl of fresh grubs.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like the ladies
Absolutely.
are holding it up here.
Mm-hmm.
Fig
Crush
leaves.
them up. Turn them into a liquid.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
Mike is determined to try to drink anything. So yeah.
I'm. That's not exactly true.
I mean, there was
Anything
that one
that's
time in college, right? So
well, there were several times in college, but
Have
that
you
was
had
a long
Malort,
time
Mike?
ago? And I don't believe I have had Malort. No,
Oh, we'll fix
What?
that number.
no, I know. West is chomping at the bit now to find the most disgusting version that he can now.
no, there's only one disgusting version of Malort. There's no you don't have to look hard.
I try a lot of things, so I will probably try it unless it, smells like
you will
death
try it.
instantly. But
Guarantee
No, it
you
smells like
try it.
cleaning fluid. It smells like
Yeah.
Pine Sol. It's
all right.
fun.
The best way to describe Malort is imagine take a tire and an old pair of dirty socks, and then you're gonna take the IPA, like the super bittery part of an IPA, and then multiply all of that together, and then add in pine salt.
Huh. Well, none of that sounds very good, so I guess I could say I'm really excited about it.
Oh wait,
It'd be
you have
great.
no idea. It's gonna be awesome.
It's totally gonna be great. It is a rite of passage. That is 100%
I agree.
correct.
I do like
I
Dave's
did
one.
find I did find something new, and I was going to bring this up on the Wild West Secret Surprise on Friday's show, but it is called the Chicago Handshake,
Oh,
and it's the you have to use Milwaukee's old style, and then you take a shot of Malort at the same time. So you do the shot of Malort, and then you chug the beer.
I like old style. Personally, as a Cubs fan, old style is a rite of passage. Now,
You're right about that.
drinking it out of a hobo shoe sounds less appealing.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what the Malort would add, is that sort of flavor profile.
Yeah.
Where's Andrew Styles when we need someone to like hints of ass and
and crusty toenail.
Yeah.
crusty toenail.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
In a 3 a.m. college bar.
God.
Or at QSCon. I mean, one or the other.
It's happening at QSCon.
It's definitely happening at QSCon. There's no doubt. I have to go to Chicago 4 times between now and then. We're 100% having all of that. Tim will have it. We'll have it in the car. You're actually going to have the Malort cootery tray in your lap on the way there.
Malort cootery tray.
Oh, you think I'm joking?
Oh, so that's like you wear a sock and never wash it until it's like crusty and brittle, so you break that piece off. That's part of the charcuterie tray. It just clips some toenails after a really bad case of athlete's foot. Scrape off some psoriasis on there,
and then add some olives.
Add some olives. Ugh, the worst of all of the things we just could have put on there is the olives.
I mean, you lost.
Yeah,
you lost me at olives.
The best part is you guys think that I'm joking. So like I have to pull up here if I can figure out how to work Instagram because I'm old. The actual conversation where it's stated exactly what is in the Malort cootery tray.
Oh, right.
And what rule book did it say that all West challenges must be pain and suffering? Like, where was that written?
Yeah.
Come on, we've met West.
I know, but where's the rule book? Like,
for the record, Dave is not wrong.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of that to it too. Yeah.
Yep.
Just increasing how eager I am.
Don't start, Eric.
It's pretty rough.
Oh, please. Any day.
Okay, I can't figure out how to figure out Instagram. I suck at it. So, but basically, what I can tell you is there's a Malort inspired pie. So it'll be like a tart almost. There's a Malort cookie, I believe. There's some sort of a Malort jam that goes with some kind of cheese that has been paired properly with the Malort. So there's like 4 or 5 different things that she's been working on just for us.
And I'm assuming all of those are just variants of garbage can left open during the rain smell.
That's the good part of it. Yeah. And then they add the Malort to that.
Yeah.
Nice. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fruit does cover a lot of taste.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be good. But from what I've had, it is a very strong flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know they had a Guinness cask one. Yep.
Oh, my.
That's on the list. All right. So what else? We'll keep going with Wes. What else you got? Anything?
No, I think that pretty much does it for me. Well, I guess the family's leaving this weekend to go on a trip and I'm staying here to work. So that's less good, but they're going to have fun and that's important.
And you have stuff to do.
And I have lots of work to do. Yes.
Yes, you do.
If you want to bail on work for Friday and Saturday, you can come to Indy to a small convention with Mike and I.
That would involve someone having to watch my dogs, which is part of the reason why I'm not going on the trip. So,
oh, dang. Fair.
Yeah. But Sunday when you guys get back.
Oh, right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's why you're free. That makes sense.
That is why I'm free. Yeah.
All right, we'll go around. Tim, what do you got?
Nothing, man. Just working on the show. We got Scott Rogers coming on, designer, coming on the show
awesome.
on Wednesday. I've been a fan from afar, so this will be my first opportunity to like talk to him other than just messaging. But I like I got a bunch of his games. Didn't he do like on Ludology? Didn't he do the biography of a board game segment for a long time, like on that podcast?
I want to say yes.
He's written some books on game design. I mean, he was a Disney Imagineer. So like,
yeah,
really interested to pick his brain, kind of get to know the guy. I love meeting new people anyways. And, but yeah, dude's been around. He's probably got lots of stories, so I'm really looking forward to, talking to him.
Yeah. He's doing those little one-off games too, for like 20 people that he's been designing. I got the last one, the Ghost one, and now I'm in on the newer one that he's doing with the something Tokyo. Oh no, there goes Tokyo or something like that.
Okay.
Mhm.
I like him. He's good. That's good. It'll be a good show.
I should have known that you knew him because you know everybody, but
I don't know him. I don't know him that way. I know him.
Sure.
Like we've talked just because of that stuff. Like I know him more in who he is rather than like I don't text him like you do. So.
Facebook Messenger.
Sure.
Less personal. It's not like I got his number, right?
Okay.
But no,
Either
I'm
way,
excited. It'll be cool.
That's this Wednesday?
That's on Wednesday, yeah.
It'll be a lot better than last Wednesday's show.
Ouch. He's drinking Malort right out of that bottle, man. He's hitting it rough.
Absolutely. Look, did you guys see?
Oh,
I have my special character.
Dang.
Nice.
Man.
That's
Stickers.
rad.
Fresh off his win from Saturday's Life in Reterra game.
Well, somebody had to win, so at least the best person won. So that's
I made a comeback.
You did. It was scaring me there for a minute.
Yeah.
They might have to update that graphic after I talk about some of these losses he had to me in one of the games on my list. So because he's going to have a few more gray hairs afterwards.
Oh, tell me what game so I can use that on a Friday if he's not good at it.
Well, there's multiple. Which one did you want me to start?
Any game he's not good at would be great. We can talk. Don't say it on air because then he'll poo-poo it. So we'll talk.
Oh no, it's fine. You can.
Oh no, it's my number 5. I mean,
yeah.
So
oh, I'm sure there's at least 2 of them in there that are going to talk about. So
perfect.
What up,
Evan, how are you? Good to see you. There he is.
Couple.
What's going on, Bob?
Hoop.
Hey, Bob.
Tim, anything else?
Nope. That's what I got. That's what I got.
Mike, what do you got?
I wasn't prepared to have something. I am only able to do the show today because I have a generator, but it only runs my computer and my air conditioning. So I know, very selective, very strange. It's so cold down here. Like I had to put a hoodie on. Like it's so much colder down here than it is upstairs. So I felt, it was a little nippy down here. So anyway, just happy that I'm able to, even participate. It's a weird generator, but hey, it does the job.
Does trolling Chris being in like 90-degree Texas heat and they don't have basements in Texas, does that count as a joke? Does the trolling count as a joke? I don't
think so.
I don't think so either.
Oh,
yeah, I don't think I'm going to count it.
So
it was a chuckle out of West.
Hold on,
a
is
chuckle.
it a joke count or is it a troll count? Because they are different.
They are different.
Yeah, but I'm not interested in keeping 2 tallies. I'm keeping the running like joke tally. I don't want the 4-minute lead up to a troll comment like tally because then that's my whole night.
Yeah, I get it. I'm with you on that.
That's most of what Mike's going to do, though.
Yeah,
so it'll be real easy.
All right, guys,
I have to make like 3 marks. If I can't troll Mike on other people's show, what can I?
The hamsters have been retired since your upgrade, so maybe the hamsters can help.
That's true.
There was a big game. Was it yesterday? I think the Knicks went down in Game 7. How long until you get an Indiana Pacers thing for behind you during your shows?
Oh, all I got to do is just move corners. I got a corner over there. Just pick a spot.
Mike, you need a Reggie Miller, full-size Reggie Miller poster. The choke.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I want Tyrese Halliburton doing it though, our new star. But But yeah, I mean, going into a hostile. Hey, there you go. There's my announcement. Going into a hostile Madison Square Garden in a Game 7 when the entire media coverage is completely against your small market Indiana squad
Mhm.
and torching them by 21 was I haven't seen Pacers play that kind of ball in a long time. It brought me back to the days of Reggie Miller doing the same thing.
Yeah, but that series Reggie Miller lost. Also, I think 3 of the Knicks' 5 starters were down and injured. So good on
I
you.
mean, everybody's got injuries at the end of the season. I understand. It's still a very difficult place to win a game, especially in Game 7.
And by that much, and back to back that much. They fucking housed them in Game 6 too.
It was a
Yeah.
great series, regardless. I'm
Yep.
just giving you a hard time. It
The
was
Knicks
Oh,
had some big wins though, also, where you're like, well, I guess the Pacers are done. So
Yep.
it was interesting.
Yeah, that comeback. I think it was Game 4. That comeback and forth. The only reason I was watching it because it was New York and it's the Garden, but that's not my team. You could trounce them as much as you want. I can care less.
Was this basketball we were talking about? I don't know. I
Yeah.
only pay attention to oblong ball sports. So
Yeah.
Unfortunate for you. You should check out the little round black discs in sports.
oh yeah, I don't like spherical ones, so that one is good. I'm just the round ball one seems
Gotcha.
nah. It's just
Gotcha.
bouncing, throwing it. It's boring.
To each their own. That's why there's multiple sports. You're just watching the wrong
Uh-huh.
sport.
True.
To each their own, you're just wrong, is what I think I heard him say.
Yeah.
I mean that's also fair. Very fair.
Mike, what else? Anything?
No, that'll steal thunder. We had a really successful stream Sunday. We played a
Mm.
upcoming game on Tabletop Simulator. It's going to be on some lists, so
It's
stop there.
100% going to be on some lists.
Goes to Kickstarter tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yep. West, go ahead.
Oh yeah, definitely. 100%.
He
Yeah,
hates spherical things, so yeah, it makes
Very
sense.
clear. Yep.
Ooh,
No,
have fun.
I've been begging him to give me an explanation for that solar eclipse ever since it happened, but he hasn't been able to come up with anything.
It's how the lights from the studio push down because it follows each individual. You have your own sun that's traveling around you. That's what I've been told.
Gotcha.
But I do my own research, so
Yeah.
that's isn't that what they say? They do their own research.
Yeah, you did your own research. Yeah. I thought the
Yeah.
eclipse was just some kid threw a frisbee too high in it.
That could have been it too. Space, they're big balloons got in the way of the studio lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think being a YouTube scientist is an excellent choice of profession. Also, I'm still
Mhm.
waiting on you to explain why it is light 24/7 in the North Pole during the summer.
They're taking all of the power from Texas and they're diverting it right, and that's the reason why.
Yeah, the
Oh.
lizard people in the
Right.
Hollow Earth are stealing the power from Texas and diverting it to the North Pole
Oh,
to
that's
melt the ice caps because climate change is also a hoax. We all did our own research. We all know this.
Yep.
So
And they're using those that HARP device in Alaska to do it, is what I heard.
Mm.
Is that when you were
Look
up
it
there
up.
in Alaska?
I didn't go check it out personally, no, and I definitely wouldn't tell anybody if I had.
That's
Wow.
because you can't get there because they turn the boats away when you get to the wall.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. That's true. When you get to the wall, hey, this ain't Truman Show. Get out of here.
Hey, Alan. The
Alan
Truman
is coming to QSCon this year, right?
He sure is.
Hell
Nice.
yeah.
Can't wait.
Yep. Yeah, we'll all be there. All right. So on my end, I talked about it a little bit on Saturday, but charcuterie's fulfilling this week, so yay. I got the cheese bag right there to show off for Mike so he can see it.
Stay fresh, cheese bag.
Just for you, buddy. Other than that, things are normal. I do have Lucas painting, so wait, let me do the thing.
Actually, you know what? I'll let you know. I started a new character in Diablo 4 this weekend, and I named him Cheesebag. Just wanted to let you know. I'm not even making that up.
One of
But
us
it's
has less fur than the others than they usually do.
Oh,
I just thought
Yeah.
maybe there was, something else you wanted to share with the
No,
group.
no. There's no head shave. I would have revealed it.
Ah,
No.
all right.
dang.
No, I was sick of the beard. So.
You waiting on the lines?
Yeah, I have to have them done by Friday, so we'll see.
Mhm.
Is
Ooh.
that the reveal date, by the way? Is that being revealed on Friday?
It is.
It should be, yeah. Yes, it'll be on Friday.
I'll have to watch the replay. I'll be at IndyCon.
I'm not revealing it sooner. That's not gonna happen.
Well, I thought, since things were so weird tonight,
You
but
do.
maybe you ran out of electricity for your shaver. So, I mean,
Mm.
there's a lot of that missing electricity going around.
Are you in on it too? You're in on
right.
the jokes. You're making the jokes too. No,
I mean, so far I'm beating Mike.
I need to
I-
figure out what the lines are. I don't know what pattern to do. I wanna do something that's
Do a lightning bolt, you know?
eh.
Like something that might spark out of like
Wow.
a lightning bolt hitting a
Mhm.
transformer, for example. Just
Oh, dude, that was like such a long way to get there.
So reaching. Jeez.
Yeah.
I had to reach to the pen to give you the tally mark. That was,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Couple
pizza when I should
surprises.
have French fried there.
A darkening bolt would be cool. Much better than a lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
could
like
probably manage with like a graying bolt. That's the
Brad,
guy with like his full trace of his beard is all
Oh.
white these days.
Mhm.
Oh, so I don't know if anybody else knows, but I don't know why West, but I know why. Because I was watching What We Do in the Shadows. Have you guys watched that show?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Doesn't West slightly resemble Matthew Berry? The
Yep.
most devious bastard in New York City. Yeah, he's just a regular human bartender.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's probably about right.
I mean, if you're gonna have a doppelganger, right? That's the one. That's a good
I mean,
one.
you could think of worse. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, think about poor Chris. I mean, his doppelganger's the male singer from Aqua. So
Aqua. Yeah.
it'd be way worse.
International superstar. but yeah.
Be way worse for you.
Okay. So that Barbie girl song, when I was in college pledging my fraternity, we all had special things that we had to do during Hell Week, and mine was I had to carry a Barbie doll girl, like a Barbie doll, with me at all times, and if someone asked me about it, I had to sing the Barbie girl song because that was like the big thing at that particular time.
Mhm.
So I knew that song extremely well at one point in time.
And
Maybe
here we are getting the origins of the torture stories from West. It's all coming together now.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Keep
we had
going,
a
keep going.
we
Is
had
the
a
next
real
line the
Pain and
electricity?
suffering.
we had a real baby reindeer situation with West. We just grabbed his arm and we're like, "Hey, who hurt you?" And then West just started telling us all this stuff.
Poor West.
It's fair.
Said no one ever.
No. All right, here's the thing.
Hey,
Hey.
All right. So
everybody,
this
grab your Luca paintings.
Oh, that's dirty. That
Wait, you
is.
guys don't have Luca paintings? No,
That
it's
is just dirty.
Oh man. All right, sorry. I'll put mine back. I don't want to overdo. Sorry.
Oh, you dog.
that was good.
That was if you could like freeze frame on Mike Rice's face, that's like the moment he became a supervillain, right? Like that whole joke.
Mike, I might have to have you I might make a request. Me and Wes sitting at a table, me winning at whatever it is. That's really all we need.
Yeah.
That's not a request. I feel like that's
Like-
gonna happen based on what you said.
Probably.
Like war chess, that was one of them.
That can't happen.
I still gotta play that one. All right, here's tonight's. It's from April. Maybe maybe I'll make mine bigger.
Yeah, do it.
There we go.
Ooh, yes,
Oh, all right.
yes. That is a sunrise on a foreign planet or a strange world, and like a pink sun, and there's like some trees, and then maybe a little orange critter on the side. That's what I see. A sunrise. I've been like digging deep into like a 2001: A Space Odyssey, and then 2010, the year we made contact. For whatever reason, I just watched those movies, and so like my brain is in alien worlds right now. So
I think I see like a gray spaceship with a pink like top that goes over it.
oh yeah,
And then maybe one of the rockets on the left side is, or maybe that's the planet that they're flying away from. The orange planet.
mm-hmm. I could see that.
It sort of looks like West in one of his, it sort of looks like West in one of his normal gaming shirts playing board games at my house because of how dark it is.
Hmm.
I
could
guess
also
that
be.
counts.
I like
also be.
Donnie. Donnie, that's a good one. Where's the
Vomiting
running
monkey.
bunny, Evan? Okay.
Oh, yeah, stepped on.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I could see that too. Or like a gray Viking ship with a Viking standing on the ground, and there's like a pink sunset back there with the orange behind him.
So that's where mine is. That's the Viking ship, and they're sailing away from the village they just raised.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's pretty cool. I like
I
that.
see
too.
the Viking ship now. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right.
Because it's like a dragon's head mast kind of
Yep.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Where did the pink sun? Oh, okay. For Earth.
There we go.
Good to see you, Steven. Also, hope Geekway went well.
Man, I'm sad I didn't get to go to Geekway. I think we're going to try to go to Geekway next year. I think I might be able to finally get my wife to go back.
Where's the tulip hat, Di?
And also, secondary question: what exactly is a tulip hat?
Well,
Really?
that's a tulip hat.
And an anchor in the under. Oh, okay. Yep.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Yep.
No.
Also could be true. Yes.
I love that Luca's paintings have turned into a Rorschach test of just being mean to each other. It's really good.
Sunset with waves crashing on a rock. Yeah, that works.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Definitely.
Definitely not as evil as this one. The spaceship Yamamoto. Or Yamato? What's that one, Wayne?
Yamato.
I don't know that one.
I'm researching tulip hats right now.
Okay.
I bet you get a bunch of women's hats from the Kentucky Derby.
It is. I see it now. Yes.
So, Steven, you might get your wish if future. This is the plays go in my favor, and we're doing prize and punishment. That could be the punishment.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
It's kind of like a bucket hat, but more cool.
Impossible.
I mean, what's more cool than a bucket hat? Oh, that's definitely like what the lady is wearing on the cover of Ready Set Bet. It's definitely one of those.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
I see it right now. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. God, if they make those in flamingos style, Wes is going to order them on the show right now. I see the dancing princess. I like how Evan's wife sees this beautiful waves crashing on a rock thing, and then Evan just sees a life force leaving a goblin dying from a head wound.
Yeah.
Completely different.
But that goblin had just killed West.
Right. Stepped on West.
I just feel like we got to stay on theme.
West is not paying attention because West is literally ordering a tulip hat right now.
Yeah.
West also on the show
close,
last week talked me into buying a crokinole board while I'm in Canada, which will mean I'm in Canada longer before I get to Syracuse. So
West,
you have to blame West for that.
West, I have a very
Yeah.
important question though.
Okay.
When is the tulip hat stretch goal in Rove unlocked?
Oh, it's after the West
Is it-
becomes a voice actor stretch goal is unlocked, because
Is that
that
a
was
million?
one that everybody wanted to.
A cool mill somewhere in there?
Yeah. Probably, I think maybe 750.
Oh, okay. Generous of you.
Yeah, for sure.
Please
I wish
send
I was
me-
independently wealthy. I would make that happen just to make.
And please,
I want
send
my
me
tulip
12
hat, and then I'm going to get on the comments and be like, "They ripped me off. They're scammers. I was promised a tulip hat."
Yeah.
I was just hoping you would add those after I've pledged, and then send me 12 emails daily about different colors.
I just hope there's another Kickstarter that I can pledge, and then West can yell at me for 35 minutes to cancel that pledge immediately.
It maybe wasn't my best moment, but you guys did make me drink. Okay, so I'm just gonna say that out loud. But for sure, I still feel the same way.
I do not doubt it.
My mind hasn't been changed.
All right, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah.
So
And hogtied me on my own show and is forcing me to stop at another place outside of Toronto, Mike. He really
We get
is.
it. We get
I
it.
don't know
Now,
why you're going.
Toronto is going to be the new bingo card thing for Mike. Last year was Alaska. This year it's Toronto. Every goddamn episode, every 15 minutes, we got to hear, oh, Mike's going to Toronto. I guess he's going to Canada. What's he going to do? Oh, is he going to eat a cronut? I don't know. What's he, buy a toque while you're there.
I
Is that what they
appreciate.
call small Canadians?
Yeah.
I appreciate you wanting to experience stuff that you don't normally experience because you're farther away from it, but you are wasting time up there. You should just come directly to Syracuse.
I'll be there Wednesday night, Mike. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, but you're missing Tuesday night. Tuesday night's game night. You get an extra night if you come in Tuesday instead.
I'll be there when West gets there.
Wes is coming
Maybe,
Tuesday.
maybe drunk on Malort, but I will be there when West gets there.
Will you be able to drink enough
I
to
don't
get drunk
think.
on Malort? Is
No,
it possible?
I mean, yeah, if you have zero taste buds and you're COVID positive. You could get drunk on anything at that point. That'd be literally the only way. And I think your stomach would make you go, buddy, that was a bad plan.
What's the alcohol percentage in that stuff?
Just switch to Everclear to get the taste out of your mouth.
Yeah.
It's like 14. It's really not.
And light it on fire.
Or is it 30? What is? Yeah, that's a good question. What is the?
Pretty sure it's
Malort?
30.
It's probably like a brandy, right? So
35%.
Yeah.
It's
70
very
proof.
bad. It's just very bad.
Wow.
There's no
Yeah.
redeeming quality whatsoever to Malort. It isn't.
Alan,
if
why? Well, it makes more sense for Alan because Alan's from Costa Rica. So like,
Alan's got more of an excuse.
Nice.
Also, I
appreciate
don't
that.
hear it. I don't hear it from Alan, every 3 days about his Toronto trip.
Well, I mean, up to this point, you don't. But from now on, I'm just going to talk about what me and Alan are going to do in Toronto. So,
great,
so,
great. Yeah. So it isn't Whiskey Wednesday, but we do have. We should say Whiskey Wednesday on Wednesday. You can find the right half of your screen with Scott Rogers this week. That's going to be a really good one. You can find the left half of your screen on Friday doing This Is the Play. I believe, did we settle on Dice Miner? We're going to do Dice Miner?
Ooh,
I
love
believe
Dice
that's
Miner.
what you said, yeah.
ooh.
Great game.
We're going to play. Yep, it is. I appreciate it. It's a good one. So we'll do
I
that
need
on
to run out
Friday.
and buy a copy of it?
No, you don't need to.
Okay, good.
You really don't. I mean, as long as you're okay with, like, how the dice have the beer stein on it and then you're giving beer, I'm just going to have to roll it. But, like, I'll have the cup, so it's not like I'm fucking screwing around. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right. This is a bad idea, too. Don't start.
Malort Monday. Ooh. Go with fancy Fridays.
What day starts with V after we're all vomiting?
Yeah, so Whiskey Wednesday, This is the play on Friday, and then obviously the show on Mondays. So you get all your fun gaming chaos for the week every other day.
Hell yeah.
And with that, let's go into the banner that I've had running up for the past 5 minutes. Our topic for tonight is our top 5 new to me games. So I want to hear from I know Wes did it in like 5 minutes, but I want to hear what you guys did for this topic specifically. What did you put in for parameters? Was it
Hey Mike, don't keep us in the dark. Why don't you tell us? No, I just had to get that in before somebody else
right,
could.
all right.
Come on.
I will enlighten
I got
all
my
of
own
you
list.
as to why I picked this topic. I'm really charged up about it. So this one, all right. So yeah, we do new to you episodes, top 10s of the year. But we always stick to stuff that is retail available, things you can go out and buy. That's like 99% of our list. But we just kind of thought, wouldn't it be kind of spicy if we included games that aren't out yet? Maybe games that are on Kickstarter now, games that are coming out Kickstarter later this year. And mixing all of those together, I thought kind of added a new dynamic to this type of list.
Okay. Were you talking for Tim as well, or was that your own thing?
Oh, that's me. I've got everything. So my new to me is a combination of stuff that's not out yet, that will probably fulfill the backers next year. And some of these games have actually been out for a long time. As long as I've played them for the first time this year, they qualified.
So since January, you went with stuff that you played in 2024.
Correct.
Okay. Tim, what did you do?
So in a much shorter way than Mike said it, yes, that. And normally, yes, when we do our lists, we limit them 100%, not 99%. 100% of my list is stuff that is available retail. Normally. Yeah. This time, though, we were calling it sort of the way too early new to me, as in like too early because maybe some of the games aren't out. But there is definitely one game that has been out, at least one that has been out, and but I played it for the first time this year, so that also qualifies. So new to me 2024, but yeah, we're breaking our normal rule and talking about some stuff maybe that's not out yet, but not too late to maybe get in on. So
stuff to like look out for, like stuff
for sure. Okay. For sure.
Wes, how'd you do it? Just threw a dart?
Hey, all 5 of his are Rove. That's not fair.
Well, I mean, I didn't know we were allowed to take ones that were on Kickstarter. Otherwise, obviously, there'd be Rove in there.
Is that new to you, though? You've been working on that for 2 years.
Yeah, probably not. So, yeah. And the other one that I would really like to talk about, I've also played 2 years ago, so I don't think that that's probably fair. So all of mine are from March or later.
March or sooner.
West, I think I got you on one of yours. I think I got you on one.
Probably. I have a feeling you got me on one.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably so. I think we're probably gonna match on one of them. Yeah, probably gonna match on one.
Dang it! When was
And
that?
Mike, what did you do?
There we go. Thanks, Wes.
I threw darts.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I just threw them. See which ones. Actually, weren't even darts; they were push pins, and I threw a handful of them, and whichever one stuck, those are the ones I picked.
That's fair.
No, mine's kind of a mix. Mine's when I started going through it was a lot of obviously front of mind stuff, more recent stuff that we've played. 2024, past couple months. Few of them are not available. One of them could be available in a different language, and then a couple of them are due to be out. And then one of them is one of them we've played that is going to be on Kickstarter.
Nice.
So I have a list because I think just in case, like I didn't just go with 5, just in case there is a little bit of stepping on toes here. So we'll see how that goes.
I have 7 just in case someone chooses one of mine.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yes.
All right.
Yep, plenty in case my toes get stepped on. Also, upon further inspection of BG stats, mine were all played after March.
All played it for the first time after March.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Listen to this. Mike is trying to be cool.
Well, I mean, Wes put that caveat in. I'm like,
Yep.
I'll do a little inspection.
All of mine are at least January, but only 1, 2, only 3 of them are January, and I have 11 on my list just in case.
Nice.
But all the rest are Gathering and newer, so April.
Yeah, most of mine are from April.
Yeah.
But I have one that's older than that.
All right, who wants to lead?
Let's let Mike power us through this one.
Yeah, West. Here we go.
I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it through this one.
Oh,
You know
my
what?
goodness.
You know what? Normally I don't do this, but tonight I'm going to carry a torch for Mike. I'm going to support him.
Oh,
I'm
dear.
gonna-
Only one that doesn't do it.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Mike.
All right. So,
You want to bring in your share screen or whatever?
oh yeah.
He doesn't have that much juice.
No,
OJ's
yeah, I
dead.
know.
Not even an
My-
hour in. I think I was like 5 in the last 2 minutes.
My generator is kind of
Listen,
running
they
out of
come in
steam
surges, is what they do.
Oh man.
Mm.
here. Oh my gosh. So my number 5 was played on this very table over here with your co-host West. We played it twice, and I really enjoyed Dodo's Riding Dinos Dino Dash.
Oh,
This
nice.
is a
Killer.
standalone expansion to Dodo's Riding Dinos. I have not played the base game, so I don't know exactly what was added in this one. What I do know is that this is a racing game where you actually are controlling a dodo that's riding a dino. Like literally all of the racers are that kind of miniature. This is a pretty chaotic game where you're racing around the board, pulling one card to move your character with these crazy special effects. But the cards, there's different types of cards that are more powerful than others, specifically the red aggressive cards. And sure, why wouldn't you just want to play the red aggressive cards every single time? Well, the catch is if multiple people play them, you don't get to resolve their effects. So you have to selectively decide when to play those cards. So I thought that sort of sort of double think is interesting in any kind of game. Is he going to play it this turn or not? Is he going to wait till the next turn? Plus, it adds a dexterity element where as you're going around this board, you're flicking eggs at players, and if you hit them, bad things happen to them. I really enjoyed dexterity games. Wes taught it to me, and I actually won both games. So there was no reason this one was not going to make my list.
Very, very true. He destroyed the rest of us. I'm very frustrated by that.
But it's also a really fun game. I love racing games. Add in a little fun sort of theme and chaotic, a little chaos and some dexterity. It's just really fun to play.
Yep. That's a really good time.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, I've heard good things about this one. I think I've more recently heard it from West about this game too.
I love my Dodo's Riding Dinos. It's good fun. And the folks at Draco Studios are awesome. So they're a small indie studio out of Guadalajara. So they're doing some crazy stuff, and they're just
Did they
really
do
fun.
War for Chicken Island?
Mm-hmm. War for Chicken
Okay.
Island.
Kiwi Chowdown?
Chowdown. Yep.
Yeah. Never heard of them.
They've also
Okay.
got they also have a Dragon Bond too. Dragon Bond is much more like ethereal adult variant game, so there's like not weird kiddish type of thing. The Dragon Bond Lords of Vala is awesome.
Whoa, this cover art's pulling me in. Holy crap, look at this.
It is so cool. That particular game, you actually play as either one of the like generals, human generals, or as a dragon, and then you can force a bond to happen so that you can end up winning the game. So you could win as yourself, just by yourself, or you can have a bond happen and then the two of you can fight and win together. Or you can forcibly bond with someone against their will, which is also hysterical.
Like in Ankh, where the last player gets basically consumed by the whatever.
No, you actually like if the two of you get together in the same space, you can force a bond where the general and the dragon now work together, and then you end up combining your points to win the game together.
Oh my god.
Oh, damn. Bob with the fire lighting the way for Mike.
Yeah, baby. Woo!
Dexterity
That was
is the spark of Mike's relationships.
Ooh, West gets a tip.
Tim's gonna get a cramp in his hand from writing all these down.
Oh my gosh.
I
That
got
looks
lots
killer.
of practice.
That in dexterity games in the dark.
Just using this hand.
Yeah, that too much information. That cover looks phenomenal. I really like that a lot.
It really
Oh,
does.
it's so
It really
cool.
does.
The game's awesome too. Like,
Cool.
I
It does
I
look
absolutely
really
love that game. It's really, really fun. They have a cool expansion that just came out where there's these little like wandering monsters and stuff too. It's a great game. Highly, highly recommended. Dodo's Riding Dinos is also highly recommended. It's a great, like, fun, easy weight game for people just to have fun and play.
Mhm.
Definitely recommend both. They're excellent games.
All right, Tim,
Very
what you
cool.
got?
Right on. I'm just going to go with the oldest game on my list, but I played it for the first time in January. And then actually, West might be the person I've played this game with the most since then, and that is Cockroach Poker. I finally played it. And it, like, I was told by Eric Lang this was his favorite game. It did not disappoint. I got it. I like pinged a notification on Miniature Market because it was always like out of stock. And so when it finally came in stock, like I got an email, it's in stock. I just bought it like right away. Like, just give it to me. I played it so much. I have sleeved mine because it gets played so much. It probably won't catch Ahoy Kitten for my most played game of the year. But Ahoy Kitten and Cockroach Poker are going to be my 1 and 2 most played games of the year because they almost always get played at the same time, multiple rounds a night whenever I get it to the table. It just happens, and I love it. I would love to try out the expansions for Cockroach Poker. Don't have any of them. I just have the regular one, but holy shit, it's great. I am a 1,000,000% a convert and a fan.
It's fantastic. The Royal version it adds a little bit extra to it. We were talking about this at a gathering. I don't know if it's necessary. I think that just the main Cockroach Poker is fantastic. Cheating Moth it's a totally different game, and people do it just feels different for me. It fell short. You got to be really good at like hand tricks, because the whole idea is to cheat and you want to get out of your cards, but you can't get caught cheating. So like you can dump cards under the table or throw them up your sleeve or whatever, but if you get caught, like that's the bad thing. And I can't. I'm very bad at it. But they do those two usually. People love both of those. But
Dodi Lido is also another one by the same company that has a flamingo on it, so that's why I love it.
Oh, sure.
But it's one of those, like, you've got to say the word as it comes out, and you have to make combinations, but the combinations don't match the words that you have to say. So it's a brain burner, weird, crazy thing. It's fun. But Cockroach Poker Royal version is my favorite of all of them.
Cockroach Poker is fantastic.
Can we just refer to this as the German version now? What was it? Cockerlocken Poker? Can we just call it that from now on?
You can call it whatever you want, Mike.
That is Mike's Grinder profile name.
At least we're getting all my profile tendencies out there for everybody. Don't want to leave them in the dark.
Cockerlocker.
Oh.
What, Mike?
Nothing.
That was another bad tally.
Who said leaving him in the dark? Who said that one?
That was Mike.
me.
I don't want to give it to Mike, but fine.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's not. You should.
Mm-hmm. Good pick, Tim. Cockroach Poker is great. I'm glad you finally played it.
Me too. And I'll never not play it. It goes with me everywhere.
So much fun.
I took it to Easter to play with my family down in Kentucky, who basically they like card games, but they're not much past like what you would find, like in a drugstore impulse buy, sort of. Like we played. Have you guys ever played left, right, center? It's just a
Yep.
real simple dice game, right? Like
Yep.
we played. They brought out a bag of coins. I mean, a big old Ziploc bag of coins, and we played like a 15-person game of left, right, center, and then the person who last one in won all the money. So instead of using the little poker chips, everybody used quarters, right?
Yeah.
And it was awesome. I guess they do that every Easter. Didn't know that. And then I'm like, oh, well, you guys like that? We should play Ahoy Kitten and then Cockroach Poker. And we played that the rest of the night. And my cousin bought both like immediately. And she gave me a copy of Left, Right, Center. So I was like, sweet,
Nice.
let's go. Let's
Yeah,
go.
they're good. They're good ones.
Yep.
Good pick. Wes, what you got?
All right. Just like Tim was saying, how there's a game that will always be going with him wherever he goes. This one will always be going with me wherever I go from now on. Schadenfreude.
What's your sticker?
All the games that I'm keeping forever, I'm putting my sticker on them, so that way they're mine, and people will know that they're mine forever and ever. It's also marketing.
Shocking.
It is shocking, and I'm really energizing the room with.
Oh, boy. I don't know which one was worse.
I don't know. I'm not necessarily delighted by that one.
Oh.
Listen, if you're going to make a D-light joke, you need a slide whistle in there.
Yep. Nice reference.
But Schadenfreude is a fabulous trick taker that where you're not looking to have the most points or to have no points. What you're trying to do is to get the second most points, and the second most points in the trick, the second highest card is the one who wins the trick. And then once you have the cards in front of you, if you get the same number on your card, that cancels itself out. The first one who gets the 40 points triggers end game, and then whoever has the second most points in the game actually wins the game. I can tell you that that is the hardest mechanic to think of when you're actually playing. It's like, okay, I'm trying to get under this, but I don't want to win. I want to get second.
Mhm.
And it is really, really interesting. It's very well thought out. And why do I not have that second piece? These are extra pieces that someone has added to their own set, because that is not what they come with. They come with these stupid little people, and they only give you one of them. And it's very hard to follow which pieces you have. So I have to add more pieces into my game. But excellent game. I love it. Daryl was the one who showed it to us at the gathering, and man, it was amazing, and I had to buy it. So it has now been added to my collection.
Yeah.
And it is now stickered, so it will be part of the permanent collection from here on out, just like Ahoy Kitten is, because Tim showed me that one this year, and I absolutely love it too. So that was added to the collection as well.
I am getting everybody into the cult of kitten. My son, it's the cutest thing. He calls it Kittens Ahoy. He always wants to play Kittens Ahoy. And it's the
Ahoy.
cutest. I love it.
That top game on the banner at BGG, Corvids, that's a local Syracuse.
Is it really? I love their
Yeah.
art design. I don't know anything about the game, but I love that art style.
Really,
was
really
fun.
good. Like, check it out. It's a good one.
Yeah, it was definitely a good game. Worth the play.
Yep.
Good times.
Yeah, Corvids is a good one. And
Did we somehow
did we-
lose Mike?
We did. What the heck happened there?
How did we lose Mike? Man,
That
he must
is
have caught.
weird.
He must have caught Corvid. Well, now he can drink Malort without any issue. Oh, he's back.
what was that?
I have no idea. We were like, how did that happen? And are we gonna have to lead the show? Like, are we gonna have to be the power hour of this show?
Oh, the power
Oh my
hour.
gosh.
Are we gonna have to go to the banks to pull the energy level back up again?
Listen,
drive?
I don't think I've got the
gosh.
energy to deal with all of West's jokes.
Look, it's not socket science, guys. The three of us would have carried on.
Mm,
True.
mm.
Are we good?
I'm glad that we've all picked games of a lighter fare so far this evening. I'm going to mark myself down for that one.
Yeah, I could blow that one out of the water if you'd like.
Like with a windmill.
Shocking.
Mm.
That's hysterical. I'm just catching up on some stuff. Make sure everything's okay. I don't know why that did the thing it did. That was weird.
Eric has the
That was
best one.
weird.
He said Googs went lights out.
Oh, dang.
That was
Oh
weird.
my gosh.
All
But
right.
yeah, so that's Schadenfreude. That was mine.
That's
Love
a
it.
great one.
Great game.
Such a cool twist on it to try and figure out how to come in second.
Yeah.
But I have one that's better. Yeah.
So do I.
Wow.
That was why
very
that's my
confident.
number 5.
Yeah. But I'm not
So
gonna
would
talk
you say you had 4 better then?
I have one more. I have one that's better. I enjoyed that one immensely. The idea of coming in second, playing your trick second, is really clever. Really clever. Definitely worth adding to the whatever you bring to game nights. It's not hard to teach. It's a good. Oh, it's a trick taker. Yeah, but it's different. Yeah, that's a good one. But I'm gonna come out of the gate with the one that I've on my list. The one that I've played most recently. That's a lie. Second most recently. Yep, second most recently. It actually, because most people are watching now, and I don't want people to drop off, so I'm going to say it now. Tomorrow, Burnt Island Games is launching How to Save a World, and it's fantastic.
Oh, it's so good.
We played it on the show a couple weeks ago with Sean and the designer Yuval. I know you guys had them on Sunday. Was it? You were playing on Sunday? Was it yesterday?
Yesterday.
It was yesterday.
Yeah, the live play. It feels like that was so long ago, and it was just yesterday. I talked about it I believe I talked about it on Friday's show, and I'm pretty sure I talked about it last Monday with Chris. This game, I didn't know what to expect going in. I love the cover of it, but the choices you have to make in that game are so smart. And the theory behind it is even smarter. Like the comets come in, which they've just named. They released the name for it. Did you see?
No.
It's called Leviathan.
Nice.
Full 42 didn't make it, I guess. Steven said he was going to put in the full 42 as the name. But so the comets come in to smack into the planet, and us as the top scientists are trying to research 3 different ways to deal with it. And when it comes down to it, the check system at the end to see which one of those things works is so smart, because the first thing, the pink track there, is a laser. So the first thing you want to do is try and blow it up so it doesn't bother us. Cool. If it doesn't work, then the next thing is the shield. And the theory behind it is the laser damaged it in such a way that it's small enough that the shield could deal with it. And then if the shield doesn't deal with it, you're just getting the fuck off the planet. But the way that those choices are made, like even thematically, the way that makes sense in the game is brilliant. But then you got the off-world stuff where your meeples are going to the planet to do the things that you can do on the planet, and then going off-world to do the things you can do off-planet. And then when they're done, they switch. Like some of the locations you go to, they switch because they got to come back and do the thing. It's so brilliant. It's so smart. The colors are great. The components I know are going to be amazing because they don't do anything subpar. Everything they do is fantastic. It's definitely like I want to play. I tried to get a copy from Helena, but they had the Canada Plays thing and other stuff. But I want to show it off even more because this game is it's beautiful. They did such a great job with it.
This game is fantastic. I learned it Friday, and then we streamed it Sunday, and it's just one of those games where like I'm thinking about it the next day. Like, how could I have better reacted when he charged up the laser track and I was going up the shield track? And these cards that you get, the combinations that you can put together, the synergies are so satisfying in this. It's a really good game. I told Mike that it had to be on my list. If he didn't use it, it was going to go to my number 2 spot. It's that good.
Oh, when we started talking about new to me games, I sent them both a message. I said I'm claiming that one. It's when it's supposed to come out next year, but that will be played so much. It's so well done, and it's really not hard to get new people to play it. It's not a very complicated game. You have choices to make, and you have your workers to put out, and the the strategy in the game, like figuring out when to pivot. Do I need to pivot? Can I stay strong on what I'm trying to do? The choices in the game are going to be really good. But to get new people into it, look, this is what you're doing. You're going to do this, that, or the other thing, and you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Just so smart. And then another layer from the development side or the designer side, looking at this with that lens, the idea of the laser breaking it up so the shield can take it, and the shield can't even take it, so you got to get off. Like, even it's just not 3 arbitrary things you can do. They actually make sense when you think about it. It's just so brilliant.
Yeah, this game blew me away. I really enjoyed it. It was, very pleasantly surprised by it.
Yep.
And the art design's great. I love that meteor track.
Yep.
Like, that thing's awesome.
Yeah, it's the timer, right? It's either going to smack into you, cool, or along the way, it's got the checkpoints that are triggering things as well. So then there's those locations that if you're the first to go there, you get the benefit of being first to go there, but then other people can follow up after you, and they just don't get the full benefit of the place that they're going to. It's just solid across the board. And we played it digitally. Like, even then, it was cool to play with Yuval. Like, you're playing with the designer, so you're getting a little bit of behind the curtain. Like, every round when something would happen, I couldn't get my mind out of the development and design side of that game because of the choices that were put into it. It really blew me away. No pun intended.
It's a blast. No pun intended.
Yep. Yeah, it's good. So it goes live tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. Just go to Kickstarter and look it up. I'm
just saying it's going to rock your world. No pun intended.
We have another sub list going on now.
Well, if you say no pun intended afterwards, you're absolved of making the bad pun, right? I thought that's what everybody was doing.
It really was not intended. That was yeah, I'm not affiliated. I'm not getting anything for it. This has been my favorite, one of my favorite games that I've played this year. It really was. It was amazing. Yeah,
it's really good. I think it would have definitely been on both Mike Rice and I's list had dibs. The legally binding rule of dibs, was called. We had to respect that.
I knew this is the one I wanted to talk about. I would have saved it, but I didn't want you guys to get antsy and pull the trigger early. What was the announcement? What was the announcement made?
I think he broke that news yesterday, and that is Bob's next comment that they are going to do asymmetric tech lab abilities.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. A little asymmetry to that game. Oh my word.
Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Yeah, and the ones that are in there are tasty. Like the abilities in those tech labs. Oh my gosh. Like, oh, that's broken. Like, one of them lets you take black cubes out of the bag and replace them with other cubes. Oh, are you serious? That's awesome. There's so many abilities that just feel really, really good.
Yeah, I believe it. I think this is going to be a good one. I mean, their track record is great too, even on the Bird Island side, right? Like the redo of Endeavor, and then the Deep Sea, which we had Sean. I wasn't there for that one, but Sean was on playing that one on the show too. Their component quality is tremendous. Everything from the kids table stuff to what they're doing there. Like, Helena's just killing it.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
And you're welcome. That's going to be my third as well. I got Rove in, I got Everbloom, and this will be my third.
It's excellent.
Oh, I see what you did there, Evan. It's reading forward, and then I get the big hit as the pun thing.
But he didn't say no pun intended, so he intended that one.
But he did.
Later,
He did. Okay.
He snuck it in there at the end.
He did. Safe.
Yeah.
He's safe.
When do we go back to the power outage jokes? Is that still a thing?
Well, you're up next. So why don't you take us back there?
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to.
You can blow through it if you want.
Well, before I even get to mine, I almost need to watch you guys very carefully and see how you conduct yourselves.
Do you have a vocab list on a sheet, and it's like a word find, just crossing them off as you get them?
Check.
Jeez.
Yeah. Okay. After every 7 of those, then he's going to mention his Toronto trip again, and then he's going to go back to 7 references, and then it just says Toronto, and then it's like 7 more. And then it's Toronto again. I think he's more excited. Mike, you should be upset because I think he's more excited to go to Toronto than he is QSCon. I don't know what his problem. I don't know what his problem is.
I believe it.
We just need to transform into the correct type of mic we need.
Yes. I'm also very excited about Wine Cellar, which is my number 4. And you can see I played this baby 8 times. When we got this thing, I just kept trying to find every excuse I could to play this game. This is designed by Andrew Stiles, published by 25th Century Games, and this will be hitting Kickstarter not this Tuesday, but the next one, May 28th. Mm-hmm. And I will tell you, if you like For Sale, you will love Wine Cellar. It takes the second phase of For Sale, where you've already bought your properties and now you're just choosing them and everybody's revealing them once and then deciding how much money they get. So this takes that blind bidding phase where I've got multi-use wine cards that have a bid number at the top, and we all reveal that at the same time, and then there's wine bottles out, and whoever has the highest bid gets to choose their wine bottle, add it to their collection. Well, the cards you just bid with stay in the middle, and they are now what you bid for on the next round. So you can imagine the amount of planning ahead you can do when you've got 8 cards in your hand and you're deciding what order they're going to come out. The scoring on this is so interesting because the wine bottle cards that you're bidding with, after you gain them, you flip them on their side because, that's how you store wine. So I just love the thematic tie there. And by the way, that's because you have to soak the cork, for those that didn't know. But you're scoring, you've got 8 cards, you're going to end up with all 8 cards in your wine cellar at the end of the game, and they're going to score on this diagonal line that is hard to kind of explain without having a graphic. And unfortunately, there's no images for this one. There's basically 1 through 8, and you're going to score them on a diagonal line. So you're going to score the first position on the first card, second position on the second card, all the way down to 8. And the numbers vary on all of them. So the way that you can plan ahead, and it's just so fascinating to me. This is one of the better new to me fillers I've played in a while.
That mechanism of bidding and then it goes into the center. He's got another game. I'm curious. I don't want to say. I just text him to see. I'm curious, but that concept of like what you're putting out there is what's going to be out there for the next round is so smart. Andrew's great. I love Andrew's stuff.
I think for people that don't even like bidding games or like auction games where people think, okay, auction bidding mechanic. All right, 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. No, it's just pick a card, reveal. Like that's it. There's no long drawn out bidding phase. This game, even with 8 players, will easily play in 20 minutes. It's nice. A really solid filler.
Good stuff. Yeah, I haven't played that one yet. I'll see him. He'll be at Origins, so I'm sure we'll play that one night.
Yeah, enjoy it quite a bit.
Good pick.
Yeah, really good. It was an alternate for me, so alternator.
I don't know that one counts. That was close though.
It was an alternator. Cross it off. I'll make a different one.
Tim, we're about to just put some AC/DC on your playlist and send
out. My number 4 is a game called Moneymaker. Have you guys played Moneymaker? It's an older game, but they got a reprint. I played it for the first time this year. They just had a Kickstarter. You can shake your Moneymaker. But this game was like so cool because we were playing it and you were learning about, like, literally it sounds really boring, but it was so interesting because you're learning how banks work. Because what's going to happen is you basically have like an infinite amount of debt. Okay. And you can bid on properties using your debt. And so then when you get those properties, then there's icons. And so if you can see on that board, it's kind of like there's like a bunch of U's, but those U's are getting broken up. and they're broken up by the icon. So like the further in you get, the better your credit score gets. The further in you get, you can divide up your debt better or consolidate it into certain areas. Because what's going to happen is when there's a run on the banks, only certain banks are going to get run on, but like or certain islands are going to get hit. So if the island has your icon with your debt on it, you have to be able to pay your debt. What's really awesome though is that there you can pay other people with your debt or your credit. And then when so if I paid West with using some of my credit, my debt, West can then buy a property using my debt and putting it on the board, which then I have to pay when there's a run on the bank. It's crazy. I'm doing a really bad job of explaining it, but this game was like, it was nuts. There's also like markets. So there's goods. So there's goods tracks like on either side. So you can sell and like flood the market, make a bunch of money. But like a lot of games with those markets, you have to sell early, right? To be the first one to sell because the value goes down as there's more availability. But yeah, we were just talking and like Spencer, I think like 10 times was like, well, you can't just use other people's debt to buy stuff. And we're like, Spencer, this is literally how banks work. Like, welcome to the housing crisis. Here we go. But it's really like the history of Dutch banking. Like, so, and the designers are Dutch. Anyways, it was really good. You crazy Dutch bastard. These guys did a really good job. This game was really fun. And, it was just wild. It got to where like Dan was so out of it at the end. He took all of his debt and just threw it on the table. It's like $850,000 worth of debt. So he lost. I actually ended the game early enough that I think I finished with like $20 positive, and Bob and Spencer were like -60 and -80. And they were so mad because one more turn and they would have been able to sell a bunch of stuff and get into the good. But I forced that last run on the bank and just was less broke than everybody else. It was really fun. Surprisingly educational. But yeah, it kind of snuck up on us. There was a Kickstarter for it, I don't know, like 2 months ago for like a second edition or maybe an English edition. I don't remember. But yeah, I got the proto over there that they sent me. But
that's not the final cover, is it?
No. That's not what it looks like. That's what it looks like. That's the cover I have.
Just
okay.
Rough kind of image there. I was so sad I missed this one. I love these kind of games.
Yeah, it's really fun. We could take it to IndieCon. We could play it at IndieCon pretty easy.
Nice. Well, hopefully you don't explain it as poorly at IndieCon.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry. I'll be energized and ready to go.
Well, hopefully your audience is not resistant to playing it.
That's terrible.
What, resistance? Come on.
You're not conducting any laughs here.
I already used that one.
Well, I did it in a different way.
So, Tim, are you telling me that whole game is about currency?
Wes, what do you got? Number 4. Let's save this.
Okay.
Just killed me.
So, because I am going to grind this out and power through and really electrify our comment section. I am choosing 13 games as my next game.
That is shocking.
Oh, you're gonna do it? You shit.
Yeah,
that was really fun.
Bah Humbug will be the one that I got to play, and specifically, I don't know if you guys know anything about this. This is made by Furry Games, Small Furry Games. Emily Wilcox or Willix did it. It is a fabulous game. It is designed to be played at Christmas time. So you take it out, and there are a whole bunch of components in there with different cards and some little meeples and things. And it has 13 different games inside of it. There's a whole bunch of different easy ones to play. They're lots of fun. They're all very, very unique. It is getting ready to be fulfilled for this Christmas. The reason I'm bringing this up is because our very own Evan in the comment section there created the trick taker in this game. And Mike and I got a chance to play it at the gathering, and it was ridiculously fun. It has a really unique mechanism inside of it where at the beginning you're going to predict how many pair, like what suits you're going to win, basically how many of that particular number you're going to have on your board. And then the key to that is the fives don't count because they're different. So when you're singing the song all the way down through 5 golden rings, that's the one that's different. So that doesn't count in the number of things that you're trying to say, I'm going to get 9 of these. I'm going to win 9 of these. If you manage if you get stuck with the fives, then you end up with the extra points. If you win, if you get the correct amount, you pass that amount of points to everybody else. So like you're just throwing points at people left and right because this game is called The Giving Spirit. And it's his game inside of here, and the whole point is for you to give away all of your points to all of your friends for Christmas. That little post thing is there because the backside of the cards are actually little letters. So you're giving away these letters. You're mailing them to all of your friends, telling them how much you care about them while sucking points through them the entire game. We had so much fun playing this game. I think we played it like 3 times, and it was ridiculous.
In a row.
Excellent game.
We played it back to back.
Yep. Excellent game. Highly recommended. And the fact that there are so many other games inside of this that literally is meant to be played, throw it in with your Christmas decorations, then put it away. Don't think about it again until next Christmas. Bring it out again. Play all 13 of those games again next year as kind of that countdown to Christmas thing with your family. It's a really unique way to make a game in today's market where there's so many crazy games out there. Like, this one's really fun. It was a good time. I really enjoyed it. I think Evan knocked it out of the park with it. Highly recommended. And literally all the rules for all of these games are here on these cards. So like all 13 games, all the rules fit on one card. So it's super easy to figure out and very fun to play. So bah humbug.
I can't second any more of that anymore. It was higher on, like, I was going to wait a little bit on it, but I'm not a trick taking fan. That game was brilliantly done. The way that you were picking what you're going to get, but then the idea of putting the one card down as like the throwaway that you're going to, if you win, you also get this stuff. But if you got your thing, you get to give them away. Like that, the whole dynamic of what Evan did in that game is so super smart.
Yep.
Great stuff.
Yeah, highly recommended.
I'm sure the other games in it will be good. I don't know any of the other ones that are in it.
When does this come out?
It has already gone through Kickstarter, and it is it's in printing now, so it should be out by Christmas of this year. You should be able to buy it then.
Keep an eye out.
Really nice pictures available.
Like West has a copy, so just find West and West can play it.
Yep, I definitely have a copy. So I was lucky enough to get it 2 years ago at Gamma.
Oh wow, brag.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Is it with your Christmas lights? You said you pack it with your Christmas decorations?
That's the idea behind it, but I won't be doing that. Okay. I will keep it out because that game is so much fun. I don't want to just wait till Christmas to play it.
Nope, that trick taker is good.
Yeah,
real good.
It's the excellent trick taker.
I talked about it, I think, on the Gathering recap about like one of the games that stood out from our top 5 games from the Gathering, and that was on there.
It was a great game.
So good. Yeah, really good. Yeah, that's cool. I want to do the other ones. Like, it makes me want to, because there were things on the cards that we were using that weren't involved in our game. Like they were for a different, like the same card is used for multiple. It's smart.
Yeah, it's a really cool idea to have, like, these are some of the cards. So it's kind of an interesting idea to have all these different ideas and different things on the cards themselves. But there's also like this is the back of the card, so it's like a little letter that you're mailing out. And then there's the ones that are the gifts, and then they have a number on the back side. So it's pretty cool. It's a well thought out game. as a concept.
Yep. Good pick. Good pick.
So that's my number 4.
It was literally the next one I was going to talk about because I wanted to back up your trick taker with the trick taker, but I had it, dude. That was good.
Yep.
Smart move. All right. What am I talking about next then? Yeah, I need to get in on that one. I got to find a copy or find a way to get. Hopefully it'll be out soon. All right. So I'm going to talk about. Why don't we just? All right. So How to Save a World is on Kickstarter tomorrow. This one was on Kickstarter and is fulfilling later this year. And then that should be my Kickstarters or stuff that you can't get. Okay, I'll do that next.
It's going to bring us a jolt of energy here and really shock us with your next pick.
This might actually be on your list.
Oh, yeah?
More rules for additional games. Oh, that's cool. That's neat.
Nice.
Yeah, we played this. This was one of the first games we played on our show, actually. It was very far away because your camera is like from the ceiling. I don't know what you do. But it's by Fight in a Box.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Conquest Princess.
Conquest Princess. Heck yeah, man.
Great game. You guys played this, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I love what's going on there. That the nostalgia feel to like the Space Invaders on the one side, the cooperativeness of like, well, we can't do this alone. I need somebody over here to help me out. The scenario based stuff that's in it, the decisions that had to be made throughout the game. It was very clever, and I did not expect it at all. It was a shock to me.
It was a shock. Good.
Googs is getting in on it.
I highly recommend this game. It is an outside the box, very unique experience that harkens back to all of the like old school Atari games. Like there's definitely not Centipede in there. There's definitely not Asteroids. Because those would be copyright infringements. But there's some things that might be confused in that regard. It is so well done. It's so well done. And the crazy thing about it, you can play the tutorial and you just breeze through the tutorial. It's stupid easy. And it lulls you into this false sense of security that you're an actual good gamer, that you can get this thing done. This isn't that bad. This game then flips you on your butt and says, "Oh, did you think you could actually play and win?"
Wrong.
Yeah, right. Oh man, it is all about crisis management and how you're going to deal with all of these problems that are coming at you 2 and 3 at a time. If you like that type of game, if you appreciate a bit of a bag builder as well, man, this game it just sings. It's so good.
Yeah, it's also it's fully cooperative, so you gotta like the cooperative nature of the thing. But I love the scenario based gameplay in it. Like it really like the bag building does make it even better. But the nostalgia throwback to everything is it's clever. It's a good one. It's a really good one.
Yep.
Besides just being a space game, I was going to say the bag buildings has a similarity to How to Save a World, where multiple people are selectively choosing what goes into that bag, and kind of that group decision that decides the components of what's in there is interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't normally enjoy the cooperative play games because I like to beat up on my friends, but this game is so brutal to the players that I feel like I'm still, beating up on my friends because every turn something bad's happening and it's coming out of nowhere and you're like, what is going on? It's so good.
Yep.
Yeah, we only got to play, of course, the intro scenario, which, like you said, lulls you into a sense of confidence. And then after we breeze through it, he just started revealing all of the different modules and different things that can be added to this game. It's like, oh my gosh, my brain almost short circuited.
Yeah, what you don't see here is like this game setup that we're looking at right there. The thing in the very center that's green, that is the Tierra. That's the ship basically. And it's modeled slightly different now. It looks a little bit different, but there's stuff that's happening on that ship, right? Then you see to the right there's like the Galaga looking thing, and then to the left is kind of the centipede looking thing. Yeah, both of those are happening at exactly the same time. So you're trying to destroy that thing on the right as well as that thing on the left. And if you don't, you're going to take damage because that's going to damage your ship. And if the ship gets damaged, which is in the center, you die and you have to complete the mission again. And then, while all at the same time, you're trying to collect dice that happen to be all over those 3 boards that you're dealing with, all while bad things are happening to you playing the game. It is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But if you want to play that, like, if you want something that is going to punish you, but at the same time is a very rewarding experience, this is a fantastic game. You also have the opportunity to play as a giant mechazoid robot, and you get to control this giant, huge Voltron style type of robot, defending the universe from the evil Emperor Mugaga. And there's a flamingo in there. Captain Flambeau is one of the characters that you will see throughout this game. So,
yeah, it's great stuff. The decisions to go from the thing that looks like it would be compared to Centipede to the ship, because the ship's going to get too damaged, and then to port over to the Space Invaders, the kind of looking thing. The decision, like, well, why don't you go over there and deal with that? I'm good here. And then all of a sudden you're not good here immediately the next turn. Something happens and you're like, well, that didn't work out. It's great.
yeah.
Yep.
Very, very well done. Lots of fun.
I think it should be fulfilling this year. I'm not sure when this year, but
yeah, I think it's going to print in the next month or two, so it should be an end of year fulfillment.
It's perfect. It's such a well done game.
Yep.
All
I
right.
still have the prototype at my house.
Bring it.
I love it.
Bring it to QsCon.
Oh, for sure.
Okay. Or bring it to Origins.
I can do that too.
Seppi will probably be there though. He'll probably have a copy.
Probably.
All right, let's go back to the top there, Mike. What do you got for number 3?
Number 3. All right, so this is actually a standalone expansion again. And sometimes you have to just appreciate when a game can take a very basic mechanic or a game that we've known that's existed for hundreds of years and turned it into something as fun as Challengers Beach Cup. Have you guys played this? Or Challengers?
Mm-mm.
Challengers is War, the deck building tournament.
Okay.
So everybody starts with the same exact deck. You'll have a deck building phase where you're allowed to draw some cards from the deck, add them to your starting deck, and take some out if you want. I wouldn't recommend it that early. Then you're going to play a game of War against one other person. But Mike, doesn't this game go to 8 players? Well, yeah, you're playing 4 consecutive games of War at the same time. So you sit down and play a game of War with somebody. If you win, you'll go build your deck, and then you'll stand up and then go play somebody else. After 7 rounds, whoever has the most points will play a sudden death round, and the winner of the sudden death round wins the Challengers Cup. Now, the interesting thing they did to War here to make this game so fun is, so they give you these neoprene mats to play these on. As soon as somebody is able to as soon as you win the hand, have the highest card, you take possession of the flag. So a little bit of, I'm powering down, he says. My goodness. Nice. So if you lose your hand, it goes on to the bench here. If your bench fills up, you lose. If you run out of cards, you lose. So the thing is, though, is that duplicate cards stack on the same spot of your bench. So if you can draft multiples of the same card, your bench doesn't fill up as quickly. It's just so freaking fun. I can't stress enough how fun Challengers is. They actually turned War and made it into a fun game. This was published by One More Time Games and Z-Man Games.
What's the difference between this and the original?
So what they added in this one was more factions. So there's different factions that you're drafting from that have different styles of play and synergies, of course. They added more variety with different types of factions. They also added asymmetric powers in this one, which is a lot of fun. Some of them are passive. Some of them are like a tap once per round, like add 1 strength to the card currently in flag possession, for example. And yes, as Bob said, you can combine this with the base game and then play a 16-player version. I promise you've never played a 16-player game quite like Challengers. It's just a ton of fun. I can't stop playing it on Board Game Arena. I cannot stop playing this.
It's cool. I've heard good things.
It's
also,
fine.
I think, Evan, you bowed out, but the last game that West was talking about was your Trick Taker from Bah Humbug.
He did miss that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, all the cards have like different special powers. You start with basic ones. Of course, you get, as you go through the different deck, there's 3 different decks. They get gradually more powerful, a little bit more stronger, better abilities. Yes, it did. And that's why I was shocked that I had just heard of this recently. I was trying to find the awards, and it's not. Oh, the base game probably is where it would show that.
Yeah, the original.
Yeah. I believe you're right, though. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think it won. I know it was nominated. I'm pretty sure it won.
We can quickly find out.
Winner.
I mean, yeah.
Top one.
There you go. And yeah, I had played the base one at the end of last year, and I was like, oh, wow. Hadn't heard of this one yet, and I freaking loved it.
For some reason, I read that top banner as Die Nasty.
Oh, yeah. Die Nasty.
Like nasty dinosaurs. Jesus.
Well, they are there to brighten your day.
Wow.
You know, it is the fossil fuels they become that do power our country. So I'm gonna,
Oh my word.
Just take that. That one. All right, guys. So my number 3, I'm gonna make my most controversial statement of the night with my number 3.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Please don't get us canceled.
No, well, it's not that kind of controversial. Thankfully.
Like what happens when you don't pay your electric bill.
I'm gonna write that one down real quick. West has a commanding lead. Well, no, he doesn't have a commanding lead, but he is winning by 1 over Mike.
It's just not marking half of mine.
And I'm 2 behind. Listen, mister. Anyways, just because you're trying to, pander to Googs by looking like you're sitting in the bat cave, it's not working. Anyways.
He's Batman with a Volkswagen. A Volkswagen?
Oh my, Wes, you know I'm going to give you a ton of credit here, because what's amazing about that is working at an auto auction. I know Volt wagons actually exist. They're huge car chargers that have rolling wheels on them. Those exist, sir.
Nice.
So you accidentally made a reference.
I use one several times a week.
Okay, so as West learned last week on our show, I am a movie fanatic. I love
that
it.
Is controversial.
Coming, hold on, it's coming. I love it when there's a game based on an IP, like a movie IP that actually works and does a good job of representing that. especially when they do it in a way you don't expect. So here's the controversial thing. Rob Zombie has one good movie, and it is House of a Thousand Corpses. And we had the opportunity to play. I still have the prototype for the Trick or Treat Studios House of a Thousand Corpses board game over there. And that was a really wild and difficult co-op. Here's the thing. You are playing as the Firefly family in this co-op. So you are searching your house, trying to find the people, the survivors. You're going to the different rooms and you're trying to find the survivors, and you're going to haul them off to either get them killed by Dr. Satan, so you get more points for doing that, or you could just kill him yourself and you get less points. But the Dr. Satan points are where it's at because you get really good points. And you've got X amount of rounds to fill up basically your blood meter by killing enough of them. And then the whole time you've got, Sheriff Wydell, going through the house, and he's blocking off areas. And if survivors are escaping and if they cross paths, they escape. You can only have so many people escape before you automatically lose the game, which makes it difficult. Another thing is really awesome is the way they do their action selection. So everybody's got like asymmetric traits and a special player power. And you've got these cards that are your actions, and you line them up from left to right. So the one on the left is free to do. And then as you go in, it costs more stamina. But when you do that, when you do one, it pops out of your row and it slides to the end, sort of like Arc Nova. So you can plan your actions so you can make your move basically not free, but cheap to do. And then you slide your next one over. Now you've got your investigate. So you're like programming your movement. Like, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this. And you're sliding those cubes on your thing over. That's your energy. And you're only going to get some of that energy back each round. So you have to be sort of smart on how you spend your energy, because you could go all out one round and then you don't have a ton of energy your next round because you only got 6 of them back. So it can really limit like what you can do. Really strategic. And again, when I heard that there was going to be a House of a Thousand Corpses board game, I figured, oh, we're playing the Rainn Wilson and Chris Hardwick characters, and then probably the women, as well. But no, no. You are hunting and killing the cheerleaders. You're all those characters. You can play as either Captain Spaulding, Baby, Mother Firefly, or what's the Bill Moseley character's name? I forget now. Not Chop Top. That's his name in Texas Chainsaw 2. Anyways, guy in the middle. But super fun. Really enjoyed this, and we played it multiple times, and we got cocky a couple times, and then the game just proceeded to kick our ass. And I appreciate that in a co-op. Like I really like difficult co-ops, and I love horror movies. So give me a really good horror themed game with a rule set that I did not expect. To get to play as the villains was really a fun twist. So this is my number 3, and my controversial statement, because there's people that do like other Rob Zombie movies, but House of a Thousand Corpses is the only good one. And it is even not everything it could be due to like studio interference and stuff like that, because the studio started to get cold feet halfway through, and there's like tons of lost footage and storylines and things like that. Man, what could have been. I personally just find Devil's Rejects boring, and 3 from Hell, whatever. Anything else? I've watched them all, but everything else is subpar by far.
What's weird is that the House of a Thousand Corpses board game is based on the whole premise of Devil's Rejects. Like,
no,
they focus on the family in the Devil's Rejects through the entire movie.
Yeah, except unlike Devil's Rejects, they made it interesting. There you go.
Ooh, sparks are going to fly on this one.
Boy. Here we go, West.
Well, Tim's just surprised I actually said something correct about a movie, but that's fine.
No.
I just want you to remain grounded when that happens, Tim.
We know that Mike is not the brightest bulb in the box, so his comments don't always
Lighten your
Spark
day. Yeah,
Yeah.
Spark. You made another.
I
Yeah,
did
I can't
spark
give you.
twice. You probably can't do set twice.
Not in the same sentence, at least. I mean, if you do
Yeah.
it later in a different context, but
It's okay. I'll energize the crowd with my pick.
Mhm. You guys keep this going, and I'm gonna bolt. So.
Oh, good. All right. Well, I do think that was actually a pretty good pick.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I'm debating on what my next one should be, but I think it has to be the one that it is. So, Googs and I played this on the show as well. Also from a terrible vantage point.
Don't.
But
Come on.
Mike is Maeshowe. It's
Oh,
called
not that
Mayco.
one. Okay. No.
This is a fantastic game, Mayshow. You're actually you're kind of taken back in time, and you're these Vikings that fell into a
Wait,
burial
guys,
chamber.
help Mike out. He can't. He's spelling macho.
Maeshowe.
MAE.
It's on your screen.
Maesh. There you go. That one. Yep. That one right there. Yep. Okay. So you fall into this burial chamber, and then the goal is for you to get out of the burial chamber. So you just have this little board, and you just have a few pieces of dirt that you're just trying to lift off the board. If you go to that fourth picture, I think it might show it properly. I don't know, maybe not. But it's very simple. That's all you're trying to do. You get a handful of cards, and you're trying to use your cards to dig out of that hole. So the big board there that's in the center, that's your goal. You're just digging out of the hole. And it seems like it would be the most simple thing in the entire world. It's so easy to dig out of a hole. You've even got all the materials that you need to dig out of the hole. The problem is the game hates you. And you have to take these cards. You've got to get rid of a card, and then you have to play a card, which is a beautiful system. I love it. You've got to discard and play. There's another game that's coming out soon that has the same system in that respect, where you burn and turn, so to speak. Fabulous game. The problem is that you're trying to dig out, and when you dig out, you have to use the digging cards, but you maybe won't have all the digging cards in your hand. So you've got to take a look at your hand, decide which two cards you're going to use, one of them to discard, one of them to play. And you're trying to get 4 of the same color digging cards so you can remove 2 pieces of dirt, because it's an energized version. But there's a on each card, there's a if you use this card, what it will do, and there's a if you discard this card, what it's going to do. So you may want to keep certain cards because they really suck to discard. They're hurt you really bad, and you only have a limited amount of health. And the art on these cards is awesome. It is absolutely beautiful. I don't know if you can focus in, but it's also incredibly dark and very gruesome. You're literally slicing the head off of one of the geese. There's another one where you're picking the little morsels off of the bones. Yeah. Beautifully well drawn. It is a very vivid and dark game. And it plays in 15 minutes. And because you're gonna die, you're either gonna die or you're gonna get out quickly, but it's not gonna take very long, because it's one way or the other. You're going down. There's also an expansion that comes with the box where you can start adding these difficulty cards. So if you didn't think it was hard enough, you could add more dirt, number one, which makes it more difficult, and then you could add these expansion cards, which make it even more challenging. Yep, some of those are the expansion pieces there, where the discard cards become even worse. And if for any reason you break that dig mechanism, where you're trying to get 4 of the same color digging cards in a row, and you end up having to discard something and play something that is not a digging card, well, then all of it fell in, and then it doesn't matter. You just lost all those cards. So you can get to a point where you're 3/4 of the way through the game, and mathematically you can't win. because the cards are gone. You've had to discard them. But part of the mechanic is going crazy. So you lose a health permanently. You regain all the cards that you've discarded, but any cards you use are permanently gone from the game. So you can get back some of your discarded cards because you went nuts, but you also lost health in doing so. And you can only do that so many times before you're completely out of health. And you're going to think, like, at one point we got to one point here where we could potentially win. And we had like 2 points of health left. And all we needed to do was to be able to draw one more digging card, but that didn't work because we couldn't do it. But we also ended up in a situation where we did have the digging cards that we need, and we were going to be able to get out, but we had to discard a card also. And you have to discard first. So you've got to pay the damage for discarding. And every card we had in our hand was going to do damage to us. And it was like, dang it, we don't have enough life to survive the discard, so we won't be able to leave. And we died. It is very, very well done. It's a very unique game. I highly, highly recommend it. It plays incredibly well solo. There is a 2-player variant as well, where you can, the 2 of you are digging together. That's even more challenging and messed up because you're not allowed to tell each other what cards you have in your hands. So like someone can play a red digging card and you're like, shit, now I don't have any of these, and now I'm going to break this stupid cycle, and we're going to be completely screwed. Awesome game. Highly, highly recommended. It's by the great folks at Dragon's Den. Dragon Dawn is the name of the company. They've got some really cool, entertaining games. I think we're going to be seeing another one come up on the show at some point relatively soon. So highly recommend Mayshow if you get a chance to play it. It's an excellent game. Added to my permanent collection as well. So
it's that whole what you're looking at there on the bottom of the card, that green arrow up and then the red X. Every card has the option. Some of them just don't. There's nothing there. But what you play, like that one right there, if you play it, you lose 2 hearts. But if you discard it, you cannot get goose. You can't get geese.
You lose all of your geese.
All the geeses are gone.
Yep, so all your food is gone.
And the choice in playing a card, like Wes said, is it's gone. You can't even get it back if you go crazy and you get to like recycle your stuff. Only the stuff you discard gets recycled into your hand when you go mad and you lose your permanent health. So the choice of, all right, what do we use this turn because this is the lesser of 2 evils, and what are we discarding this card? The choices in it are crazy. It's so good.
It's a great game.
Yep, good pick, man.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one.
I knew I could charge up the room again.
I did write that one down. I'm going to look for that one.
I was going to throw some dance moves down with a little electric slide, maybe some electric boogaloo. But I figured that nobody wanted to see that, so it's fine.
I don't know about that.
If I could see Weston breaking 2 electric boogaloo, I'd be there for it.
I would see Wes do the electric slide for the entire song. I think that might be a good thing.
Yeah,
that could be an intro or even an outro to the.
Wes doesn't hoe down, so it's good.
Mm-hmm. All right, so my number 3 is this might be on your list. I think this one's definitely going to be on your list. But I think this one's got a good time. All right, so I'm going to talk about it. It's where the hell is it? Right here. It's the game we've been playing for the past 3 weeks on the show. Yep. It's Eric Lang and Eric Rule from Hasbro. It is Life in Runeterra, and it's fantastic. I'm having a blast with it, even though the games are great. I adore what they're doing. The appreciation level of the hobby in a mass market thing where it's not necessarily just these stupid mimics of other games that are out there. This game is easily approachable and really easy to teach people and how it plays. You're literally building a 4x4 grid. You're starting with a tile. There's different terrain. On your turn, you take a tile, a terrain tile, and you put it into your community. and the only rule is it has to connect at least by one of the terrain that's on the tile. You can't go off tile, like it's a 2x2 tile, so they have to be evened up. You can't do like like one of them touching one of them. But that's all you're doing. You're placing these things. Then the strategy in it is there's 6 different ways to play the game out of the box. There's 3 different sets. Each set comes with a double-sided card that's either orange or purple, and you're playing the purple set or you're playing the orange set. And they have the polyominoes, which are the buildings you can create. The way you put your tiles down on some of the tiles might be these gears, and if you can get the same gears or gears on the same terrain in one of the patterns of the polyomino, you then get to build that polyomino, and that'll give you some extra points for the end of the game or extra stuff you can do on your turn. But when you place a tile that has a gear, you have to choose immediately if you want to put something on it or not. You can't retro back to something. Oh, it didn't work out for me. Let me do that now. The choice of am I going to continue down this path of whatever terrain so I can do this thing, or do I just put something down on it now? The choice there is it definitely comes back and bites you in the ass, because there's 5 tiles in the market, but you have 3 of them that your opponents don't know about that don't refill. On your turn, you're either taking one from the market and playing it, or playing one of the 3 in your reserve. And that's it. Like, then you're down to 2 in your reserve. And then, so you have a little bit of strategy, like, all right, well, I have these in my hand, so I know even if the market doesn't come up for me, I have this that I can play from my hand. But I don't know. I don't know what it is about this that I can talk about more. The game is so solid. It's so brilliant. The choices you have to make when that water tile comes in there, you see the 2x2 water tile, it's a battery. If you can fully surround it, it gives you points, but it gives you nothing else on that tile. So now it's like, all right, it's caught me a couple times. Do I pivot and get this thing and then try and surround it? And if it's early enough in the game, you could probably make that happen, or you're pivoting way too late and it's going to throw you off. But it's 8 points, and you're not going to get 8 points off a tile if you can't get it to get this building. It's great. The idea with the relics, the idea of throwing junk on your opponent. If you have the right building, you can actually cover up some of their shit and mess with them, or not. Maybe the game, like we played a couple games where you're not messing with each other either. Then the production value of it with the containers that they come in, the game tray-esque things that house each one of the, it's not scenarios, but the game states, the 5 cards that have the polyominoes, they have their own storage thing. So you can just, when you're ready to go, you have your tiles, they're shuffled up. Everybody picks a starting tile, and then you have that thing right there. So you're going to play that box, and you're going to play either the purple or the orange side. They use the same polyomino, so you don't have to worry about that. You're just figuring out if you're playing the purple side of the card or the orange side of the card. And then the scoring card is it just takes you through everything you're scoring. It's so easy and streamlined in its execution, and then so smart in the strategy and the choices that they're asking you to make as the player. The game is great.
Yep. I can't say enough wonderful things about this game. I've really, really, really enjoyed playing it. It is incredibly well done. Yeah, it's an excellent game. Definitely recommend.
Is it
10
out
out of 10
now?
would recommend. You can get it at Target online, and it should be coming out in June everywhere.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a Target exclusive right now, and it's only $30.
Oh my God, that's cheap.
It's the replayability in it. I mean, not only when you have a tile game like that you're shuffling the tiles, and the tiles are going to come up 5 at a clip. Every game's going to feel different because you're choosing what's going in your community based on what's available, right? Your three tiles in your hand are different, and the 5 in the market are different. But then you have the polyominoes and the cards that are either purple or orange, and the way that they play are different. So it's such a smart game. It really is. And for $30, it's ridiculous. With the like you saw, Wes was holding those up. Those 3 of them that house the stuff, and then it's got the tray for the tiles, the 2x2 tiles. It's great.
It is available on Target online. That is currently the only place. You're right.
Yep. It's only available at Target until June, and then the runway's over, and then it'll be available other places. But yeah, like you could order that now and have it in 2 days and be playing it. It's great. Super approachable for any level of gamer that you're playing with. I think anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Life and Reterra number 3.
Nice.
All right, Mike, how are you going to shock us with your pick this time?
Oh God.
So if you just keep reusing the same ones, is that a new tally every time, Tim?
I've been going like as long as there's a distance between them.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
regenerating them. It's fine.
Well, hold on. What is the distance between the picks, though? That's what I need to know. 'Cause I
Not
can just keep
picks.
reusing.
Time.
How much time in between these bad jokes? I mean, I just want to be clear.
Not enough.
All right. All right. My number 2. I know Bob had talked about this one at Gen Con last year.
This is my next one. Shit.
This is Path of Civilization from Captain Games.
Yeah.
This really just came out. I just started seeing this in stores recently. I've already gotten 2 plays in this, and let me tell you, as far as like more of an abstracted type of Civ game, this would be my go-to right now because you just breeze through turns. One of the things I dislike, I love the depth that Civ games have, but what I don't like sometimes is the setup, how long it takes to play, the downtime that can happen when other people are doing 15 different phases on their turn. And this really kind of simplifies the Civilization game down into just a card recruiting engine game. And what's interesting about this one is that you start with 5 basic multi-use cards. I wish I could just show a player board, but this is so new that there's just nothing for it. You start with these 5 very basic, not those, multi-use cards. You're going to pick, do you want to use them for the tech resource that allows me to upgrade to better tech cards now? Or do I want to use the cube side of the card, which allows me to recruit better leaders or build monuments that might give me special abilities and different scoring at the end of the game? Uh, they did an excellent job with this game because it says 20 minutes on the box per player. And I'd say that's pretty accurate. And the component quality on this, what they did with these cards, I can't find anything for this. This is just so new. So all these tech cards are just laid out into these really nice trays, and they stack on top of each other with a lid. It's just plop, 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 plop. There's 25 different cards ready to go. I love that. But you just breeze through these turns. It's a little bit abstracted, but I think the theme kind of does come through in the type of cards that come out. Like if you go a more military strategy, yes, there's a Kremlin card, that'll work with that strategy. And finding those synergies between these tech card and some of those leaders that you recruit during the game, I just really enjoyed this one quite a bit. And it doesn't take very long to play, but still gives you very good depth. Path of Civilization.
This
Really
is
good.
this is going to rival. You know how you were talking, Tim, about Cockroach Poker and Ahoy Kitten as your most played game?
Yeah.
This is gonna rival for my most played game this year. I started.
Wow.
It was available overseas. I played it up at Daryl's in the beginning of the year for the first time, and in the 4 days I was there, I played it 3 times. Once back to back, like I played it upstairs, and then immediately
Nice.
went and taught it and played it downstairs. And then at the gathering, we played it. I think I played it 3 or 4 times, and once we played with Francois, who's gave us the expansion to play with. Like he wanted to test it, so we played with the new stuff that's coming out just to see how some of the stuff actually like fit in and worked, and I don't know, folded into the game. And I am the streamlined nature of this game for a Civ game, right? And it does feel like a Civ game, not like Tapestry. This the streamlined nature of it, the way that you go from, and when you set it up on the board, the setup in the book is if you set it up with the religion thing and then all the cubes down the middle, and then you have the fighting stuff at the end, you're literally just going, who's doing this? Cool, do it. All right, who's doing this?
Yep.
Cool, do it. And it's so smart. The iconography makes sense once you understand what like the orange and the brown and the yellow do, but like all of that is brilliant. The way that like the barrier to get there, you go, that right there.
Yeah.
So
There
you
we
have
go.
the
That's
four
what I've been
cards.
looking for. Yes.
The 2 cards that are on the left there, where it says B. Ignore the middle card for a second, and then there's 2 cards on the right there that are kind of next to D, and then you have a card in that picture in the upper right. It looks like a blue card. On the beginning of your turn, you have those 5 cards in your hand, and you have to decide which 4 you're using for the round, and you're burning one of them every turn. And that choice, the first time it happened, was like, that's the puzzle. Like, that's the fun. That's the thing. And then at the end of the round, and all the things are on the bottom there. At the end of the round, before you do the end game, the end round stuff, you acquire a new card. So then you have 5 to do next round, and then you got to pick which one you're burning. And they're still valuable. They still have an icon. They might give you some points, but that choice is brilliant. It's so smart and crunchy too. Not too crunchy where it's overstaying, but it's just like, oh, I could really use the cubes this turn, but I really need to up this thing because I need to spend it on getting a new card. That puzzle, that game right there is just smart. And then everything that cascades from it is just, it makes it sings. This game is super smart.
Yeah, Mike, considering how busy this player board is, it really makes it look actually kind of overwhelming. But turns are such a breeze, and it's really not even that AP inducing.
No, the hardest part is figuring out which card you're going to burn. And do you want to burn what do you need for your left? What do you need cube wise? Cool, I need these cubes. All right, well then I need to play these 2 cards. Then I have 3 cards to pick from. What do I need to elevate my resources? Like it's just, and then the decisions on your leaders, even when they're dead, they're doing something for you. Like, do I want to kill this leader off and get a new leader now? Is it going to benefit me? Like, based on what's out there, I need to get more cubes in order to do it. So the crunchiness of the puzzle all lies in this. What am I using these cards for in the beginning? And you're right, it is really busy, but that bottom track all the way at the bottom, that's the turn order. You start at A, you go to E, and then you deal with stuff. The thing on the top there with the 5 icons, that breaks ties. So if there's ever a thing, that breaks ties. And then you have your population track and your center of your board. It's so clever. It's so smart. They did such a good job with this one. And it's not a captain game. I love 13 words. For me, and I've said it on the show, 13 words put just one on the shelf for me. I bring 13 words wherever I go. I love the way that game plays. Their other game that they were playing a ton of last year was Sides. They're very, very small boxed. Where's my 13 words here? I don't need to do it. This is a big box game. It's got a lot in it, and it's still so quick. It plays so
smooth.
Yeah, it's like
really
Grease
smooth.
Lightning, really.
There we go. I was trying to find that too.
Yeah.
How it just lays out what you're going to resolve at the end of every round. It's all right there for you.
You know exactly what you're doing in round 8 when you're still in round 2, so you know what you're building for. It's great.
I have to echo it all. It's an absolutely fantastic game. I was blown away with how fast it played and how easy it was and how smooth and just one thing to the next thing to the next thing to the next thing just effortlessly went with and very little AP inducing stuff in it. It is an excellent game. Highly recommended. Out of all the times we played it, I always got a lower score every single time because I kept trying new things because I wanted to experience more and more of the game. And there's so much left out there that I didn't get a chance to play around with more. But great game. Excellent game.
It's another one of those that as soon as you're done playing it, you want to play it again. Like, oh man, I could do so much better. I can do this differently, or I can do this track. I want to build a new thing. I want to go military instead of this. I want to go. It's just, it really is. It's great.
We just filmed a review for this on Sunday, and I scored it very highly. It's very good.
Good. Yeah, I mean it's 7.4. It's good. I mean the rating system is it is what it is. I think
here.
2.7 is smart. I think that's a good one. It's not too thinky, but it's not an intro level game. It's really well done.
Went ahead and just gave them my rundown score. I gave it an 8.5. I thought it was great. It's really, really solid game.
Nice. Yeah, and the stuff they have coming, the expansion stuff, I don't know where it'll end up by the time it's released, but the new cards that they're going to add in there, and the new end game, end round stuff is it's good.
Nice.
Good pick.
And the card system. All those trays for the cards. I love it.
Yeah, and
So you're
sometimes
gonna
you're
see-
buying the cards for the bonus, right? Because every card you get, and
Yeah.
that tray that has the cards, they come with
Yes.
stickers. You have to put stickers on the things, fine. But there's a bonus for every card you buy, and it's facing both ways. So wherever that is on the table, you can see the level 1, 2, 3, or 4, and you can see the bonus you're getting. But then the bonuses are giving you bump ups and things that you really need. So you're going to buy a card that could give you a point, could give you the cubes you need, but then the bonus actions, the bonus things you're getting are going to bump you up on the permanent military or bump you up on the religion, or like it's just it's really going to be. I'm surprised if this game is not the most played this year.
Yeah.
It's really good. Really, really good.
So Tim, are you going to follow along the current trend? Or are you going to
Oh, Mike,
us
you
a
are getting
jolt,
left
something new?
in the
Well,
dark.
I already used that one twice, so I'm not just going to keep repeating the same one.
Mike, you can't gaslight me into something here. Okay.
Oh my god.
That was new. That was one I hadn't heard before. Bob, you're coming to QSCon, correct? Bob's
Yeah,
coming,
he'll
huh?
be there.
Yes.
Yeah, we can play
Guess what Bob's doing before QSCon?
You going
Yeah.
to
Don't
Toronto?
say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it.
You know what I geek out on? Road trips. I love planning road trips. Planning a
couldn't
road
tell.
trip to your town, Mike.
Yeah, going through another country to get here, though.
Yes. Why
Wasting
not?
time. Wasting time. Bob, I'll
Oh,
see if I can
Wes
get
is
some
wasting my
expansion
time buying a crokinole board.
Yeah. Well, there's You could bring a crokinole board with you. That'd be great. We could play it at the con.
Yeah, I don't have one. I'll have to stop in Canada and get one on the
I
way.
don't have one either. Wes is trying. I think we're trying to get the person that was at Level Up to come. Hopefully.
I'm trying to get. I'm going to see if I can get Tracy to come down, which would be really funny if you went to his shop, Mike, and then bought a board from him and drove all the way down to QSCon, and he drove with you the whole way. But
Just following you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't be awkward.
No. All right, do it up. Number 2.
Number 2. Right on. This game made the ground shake beneath my feet. If you know me, I do love me a gigantic board game with amazing table presence and huge miniatures. We got to play this at Mike's house with West because West had a prototype. I believe it just launched on Kickstarter or is about to launch on Kickstarter.
The 29th. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's coming out. This is Seismic. On GameFound. Thank you. Seismic. This game was really cool. I really liked it quite a bit. Crazy table presence. The way that the map is just constantly shifting. Yeah, there can be some downtime between turns, but it doesn't feel like it because the state of the board is changing so much. You're constantly having to like reassess what you're going to do on your turn. So for me, that kept me very busy while, maybe some people are trying to figure out what they're going to do and min-max their moves and all that stuff. But yeah, I just thought this was really fun, really satisfying. I appreciated sort of the puzzle of it. I love how, despite the gigantic board, look at that Rove.
Oh no, where'd it go? It totally changed where it was on the page.
I see you went to Rove. But yeah, despite the size of this board, the way that you basically, because it's not a flat earth, sorry, West, you're able to then basically travel around, around the planet so quickly. It just feels really good. And this game was wild. I loved it. There's a lot going on, but it never felt overwhelming. After the teach, I pretty much understood everything. I mean, there was like a few questions here and there, but for the most part, it was like everything works like you think it should. It felt intuitive. The asymmetry with the player factions was awesome. Everybody had their own, in a really good asymmetric way, where everybody's power feels like they're cheating. But then, oh, hey, I guess what? I get to cheat too because I've got my own way to do that. And this was just super cool. This would have not been on my radar at all if it weren't for Wes bringing it around. And this was really good, really fun. Definitely not going to be for everybody. It's very mean, but man, it's really neat. I've never seen a game do what it does, and how dynamic that board is was really exciting and really fun.
That was my favorite part, building the ships.
Yeah, the ships were awesome. When those little modules came out of that frame, I'm like, what?
They all went, what? No way.
Yeah, it was super cool, man. It was super cool. I was very excited to play that.
It's gigantic.
It is a very big game. And the setup is a beast. But man, it's a really good game.
Well,
for those of you who don't know, the concept behind the game is that NASA
I know I didn't even get into it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, NASA's figured out that the world is basically dying, so they're sending people off to a new world to terraform it so that they can restart humanity there. Well, at the same time NASA does that, envision a person similar to like Kanye West and Jeff Bezos also decide that they're going to go to this place at the same time, and they've got a better idea of how to terraform it. So all these factions are there. They're over terraforming the planet, and now the planet is falling apart. So the whole seismic part is there's these seismic actions that are happening that are causing fractures on the board. So all these pieces are being magically removed from the board as you're playing. So the game state is constantly changing. You lose pieces, parts of your territory just get completely blown away. But the other interesting thing about the game is every backside of that circle is connected to every other person's circle. So like I can go from my circle to Mike's circle to Tim's circle to the other Mike's circle all at the same time. Like those oranges, every player has 2 orange spots on their spot of the player board. So you're literally connected to every single other player's space. So there's nowhere to hide. You can literally get anywhere in 2 turns. It is stupid. And then each card is the same burn and turn concept where you're burning a card and then you're playing a card. And each card has like 3 or 4 things that you do on the card. And then at the very bottom, there's bonus actions. And those bonus actions are on your player board. And you can do one of those bonus actions that are part of the card that you have. So you get like a choice of 3 of the 7 or so that are available. Really, really well done. Lots of fun. It's a really, really fun, interesting, cool game that more people need to see, frankly. And now that it's going to be on GameFound, you'll be able to like slow pledge it, so you don't have to pay for all of it up front. But he also lowered the cost, I think, by almost $100 off of the Kickstarter price from last year. So,
wow,
yeah, it's
Wes
a good deal.
Brought this game over in a tote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny though, because I was going to say, because Wes was talking about it being a beast to set up, and I'm actually going to play, speaking of games that are beast to set up, at Indy this weekend, I've set up or arranged for Cthulhu Wars to be played. So speaking of games that you're going to bring in a tote, so I'm going to basically just take one of my 3 Cthulhu Wars totes, just have the stuff I need. But yeah, I mean, I'm not intimidated by a game with some good setup if the payoff is there, right? And for Seismic, like it was worth it. Like when I walked in and saw that like on the table, it's like, holy shit, let's go. This looks really freaking cool. And then like I said, it did not disappoint. I love the theme. The theme of it was also great. Like, I just love the idea, well, we ruined this planet. Well, let's get the hell out of here because it's literally falling apart. And then and also though, like, this is really funny because theme matters so much in this game, and on my number 1 it will not matter at all, but but with the theme of like when you're using like those big mining machines, right? You know, and
Yeah.
you're extracting the ore, it actually, you know, damages the planet like faster, you know,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. When you move your spaceship, it damages the planet, you know, and there's just all these repercussions, and it just speeds up the game. Like, well, it just felt so on theme and really hilarious every time like a fracture happens or whatever they call it. I forget what the right term was.
It was
But
a
we
fracture
just,
event.
yeah, when the fracture events happen and you're just like, oh, let's just see what happens. Um, it was just really cool, man. I thank you for bringing that, because that
Of
was
course.
that was an awesome experience. And I would have only, even if I had heard of it, I'd have been like, well, that, I don't know, that seems kind of cool. Um, but to actually have gotten to play it, like really, really, really was a really good time.
Yeah. Agreed. Great game.
Good pick.
All right.
I don't know of another game that has that kind of table presence.
Cthulhu Wars is like the closest I can come with, and
Yeah.
the map is ugly for Cthulhu Wars. That board is beautiful.
Yeah.
So,
Well, this one shifts too, right? Things are happening in this one where Cthulhu
oh
Wars is.
yeah, Cthulhu
Yeah,
Wars
these
is
are
static.
after tiles have actually come off the board, and this is like the abyss that's left over.
Oh, and the reveal underneath. Yeah, like, oh, is it
Yeah.
an abyss or is it just burnt up land and I can still stand there? Oh, it's so good.
Okay. I'm gonna power through this one because I've got to
Nobody laughed though, Tim.
I've got to light this this mother up here. So
That's better.
we played Malem. I've played it multiple times, and I've always felt like it was missing something. And I didn't know what it was missing. And then Mike introduced me to a little game called Celestia. And if you've ever played the Malem game, this one's been added to my permanent collection. It's a game about cats shooting off rockets, trying to make it all the way up to space, and you're rolling dice and stuff. And it's a good game, but it didn't hit the right spot for me. This one, on the other hand, is ridiculously entertaining because there's still a little bit of that like tomfoolery and ridiculousness or bluffing mechanisms that you could play with. And I really love that in games. It could be a little bit mean if you wanted it to be, but it doesn't have to be at all. It's just a little bit of trickery. So you're in this floating ship and you're trying to explore all the way up to get to the highest point value. The first person who can score, I believe it's 40 points, or it might be 50. I think it's 50 points.
It's 50.
Yeah, the first person that scores 50 points wins the game. And the way you score points is by getting off the ship before the captain takes the ship down. Because if the captain isn't able to make it and pay the cost of moving on to the next location, then nobody gets any points and everybody ends up being stuck at the back. So each round, the captain will roll the dice and it'll show the things that are about to affect you. So it could be like a storm of birds or pirates coming, or you need to have clouds to be able to move things out of the way. So you have cards in your hand that you then pay the cost of those dice, and if you're able to do that, then the ship moves on to the next round, and the next person to your left becomes the captain of the ship. And that all sounds well and good. The problem is every time the ship crashes, everybody gets one card. Well, some of these you roll 4 dice to be able to pay the cost of. So you could end up having to pay 4 cards out of your hand to be able to get to the next level. And you only get 1 card replaced every round. So it's a weird hand management system. It's a weird bluffing mechanism because you don't want people to jump off the ship if you're going to crash, because then they're going to get points and you as the captain always have to go down with your ship. So there's you have to tell people, oh well, I think I can make it, or maybe I can't make it. But then sometimes you want to bluff and say, yeah guys, I'm definitely not going to make it. I got all these cards here, but I don't have that one thing. And so then everybody jumps off the ship and you're like, haha, suckers. And then you move on to the next round and you're able to get more points because you were able to advance to the next level. And you can keep going as long as you have cards. But as soon as you crash, then you've lost all the chance of earning points. Very, very well thought out game. Really, really fun. It's fast to play. I think most of the time I played it's about 30 minutes or so, 20 to 30 minutes. Really entertaining. They do have expansions which allow you to help your captain and be able to play cards with them if you want. I absolutely love this game. I can't say enough wonderful things about it.
Yeah, I'm glad you like that one.
I played this with West after a seismic like a week ago, and
Totally
loved it.
different game.
Yeah. But
it was
my first time.
It was one of those cards or one of those games that I always play with Tim when he's like, "Oh yeah, guys, I've got to go," and I'm like, "Cool, I've got 3 more games. They only take 10 minutes each," and he's like, "Oh yeah, okay," and then we end up playing for another hour.
Yeah, don't listen to him when he pulls that shit. We played a game that's supposed to be 20 minutes. It took 3.5.
3.5 minutes?
No, 3.5 hours.
Just like, wow, that's fast for West.
I would like to vote on removing 5 marks from West's tally, because there's literally storm clouds in this game. That's the electricity one. There's lightning bolts, the yellow, and he didn't mention it at all. He just said,
"Oh,
you know, I'm not trying to go after the low hanging fruit here. I'm a professional, who really is staying current on theme."
Yeah, not taking the low hanging fruit and just repeating the same jokes is definitely not an example of that.
So Eric, the good news is there is a new version of the game that does actually play in 30 minutes. So I'll make sure I bring that, and we'll be able to play it at QsCon, and you'll be like, wow, it really does play in less than 3.5 hours. And it wasn't 3.5 hours. It was like 2.
No,
not even. It was like an hour and a half.
Nope.
What game? End of the line?
End of the line. It definitely didn't take 3.5 hours.
It never ended, Tim. It never fucking ended.
It's supposed to end. It's the end of the line.
It never ended. That was the whole trick in the game. Wes was like, oh, this game takes like 20, 30 minutes to play. And we're like, it's already like 1 a.m. Sure, we'll play another game. 3 hours later. Awful. I did really cool things. It was just way too long.
Seppi did that to you.
Yep. The good news is, like I said, there's a nice expansion that is meant to speed the game up considerably. So
we also, there was a lot of questions and a lot of the intro, the teach, like that took some time. There were really cool things in the game. The choices you have to make, but
don't worry, Eric. I will bring it to KibiCon.
When is that?
August.
Did I see him say that was in August? Ooh.
Yeah, Celestia is great. Good pick.
Yep. It's a gooder.
It is a gooder.
Yep. That's me, isn't it? I have to go next.
It is you.
I need the info on that KibiCon. That's close.
Mike, quit inviting yourself to conventions.
All right.
Is that in Detroit? Do you have to go through Toronto to get there?
Yeah, Eric, only invite him if he doesn't go to Toronto in September. All right.
I'll just tell him I won't, because that one's first. All right.
No takesies, backsies.
That is true. That one is first. Then we won't get into it. All right, I'm going to go with... I'm nervous you're going to go with this one, but I'm going to go with this one. We played this one at the gathering. It was a prototype copy that was just kind of left around for people to play. I believe it's out. I'm not sure where it's out, but it is out, or it's coming out like soon. It's called Captain Flip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah. I played it a couple times since. So this is another one of those games that's just, it's going to be super easy to bring out and play.
Mm-hmm.
It's approachable. It's easy. Rules, you literally, there's a bag of tiles, and the tiles have these different characters on them, and the characters have an action. They do a certain thing. The navigator gives you points for cartographers. The monkey flips an adjacent tile. The cannon person, you lose. It's 5 points, but you lose if you get 3 of them. There's a crow's nest that you want to be all the way on the top of a row. The cook gives you a point for everybody in its row. The rub of the game is when you pull a tile out of the bag, you see, let's say you see the parrot. All right, so now you have a parrot and you have the ship, and the ship have 5 columns of different different boxes, and you always have to build from the bottom of a column up. You can't just have them floating around. If you can complete a full column, you get the bonus on the top. Cool. When you're looking at that parrot, you're like, all right, can I put the parrot in my thing? Where do I want to put it? Is there a good place for it? However, you don't need to place the parrot. You can flip that tile over, but you don't know what's on the other side, and you can't flip it back over. So if you don't want to put that parrot lets you place another tile, but it's -1 point at the end of the game. So you can place another tile right away, but it's -1 point. If you put that parrot down, you get to put another tile, and you get -1 at the end of the game. But if you put a monkey next to that parrot, then you get to flip the parrot over. So now you're not going to get the -1 point at the end of the game. But you don't know what's on the other side of the parrot unless you flipped it. So, but once you flip it, you can't flip it back over unless the monkey's letting you flip it back over. The game, it's so smart, and the choices you have to make when you pull out that tile to be like, shit, do I want to put it here? No. But if I flip it over, it could be the third cannon. And if it's the third cannoneer, I'm dead. So like that risk reward kind of factor. And then you got to remember what you flip. So if you do flip that parrot over and you put a monkey next to it, the monkey lets you flip an adjacent tile. Do you remember what was on the other side do you remember that it was a parrot that you flipped over? It's super smart. It's so fun. There's different maps for the different boats. There's one that I think it's cooperative where you're trying to fight the Kraken or something. Just really, really fun. Quick, easy to play, simple rule set. You play it with anybody.
Captain Flip. I wrote that down. I mean, I've written down several games tonight, but
it's on Amazon for $29.99. Someone may have accidentally just bought it. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Oh no.
This is a good one.
Oh, with a K.
Very, very good.
I definitely didn't send somebody a
version. It's with a C.
I didn't send somebody a BGA invite at all.
Nice. Yeah, this one's a good one.
That'd be terrible to play on BGA with all that space between your turns. How would you remember anything?
It'd be tough.
That's just living on the edge. I like it.
I don't know what those. Oh, those are your coins. The points you get, which they do in a good way with the 3s and the 5s and the. But yeah, there's your little cheat sheet on the right there of what the different characters are and what they do, so you know what you're looking for. It's fun.
Yeah, it looks awesome. I really, really, really want to play that.
Yeah, it's by which Captain Flip? Playpunk, which is this is their first game. But yeah. Oh, so I did want to point out, and I didn't know this when we were playing it, but it's Paolo Mori, who's also done Ethnos and Libertalia.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got that mind behind it, but on the development side, it's Antoine Bauza. Like
wow.
A little bit. So it's just streamlined, sleek, like super simple rules, like what you're doing on your turn, and it's got those brains behind it. So
nice.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Some good brains there.
Is it a 1 point? Yeah, I mean it's there's some memory factor, like flipping it over and trying to remember what the hell that was. It's bitten me multiple times, but it's light, it's approachable, it's fun, it's a good filler. It's a early when you're waiting for people to come in, or it's late when Wes is trying to get you to play one of the 3 games that only take 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I got a bunch of those now.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Okay.
And that is my number 2, which takes us to
our runners-up.
Mike's number 1.
Oh, we're not doing runner-ups?
No. You do it after. If there's any others honorable mentions you want to talk about.
Yeah, because your runner-ups might step on the other person's number 1, right?
That's fair. That's fair.
Don't make up rules.
All right. Well, with all of this Colts of the New being tossed around, let me go ahead and get as new as we can get. And let's talk about Rococo.
Nice.
I finally played this for the first time last month. Holy crap. This game is awesome. It's deck building with a little bit of area majority. It's got some really tasty combos, and yeah, you're using guys to make dresses, And then you're trying to get people to display those dresses in different parts of this mansion, which gives you area control points at the end of the game. And it's just so good. It's so good. I love I can buy a card and then immediately use it that round. And so if you're the only one buying cards, you get these like combo turns. It's oh man, Rococo. I was super late to the party. I actually finally got a copy last year. Finally played it. Yeah, I mean, hand management, deck building, all of your cards are available to you. You don't actually put them in a discard pile and then shuffle them and then draw from the top. You're always looking at all your cards. You can just play whatever you want. That mechanic.
That is hand management. That is not deck building.
Yeah.
That is management. Yeah.
Yeah, so it is a great game though, even though it's got deck building right here on BGG. But just a really good game. Really, really good.
It's okay. Is it push your luck mechanism as well?
Ooh, West,
No.
West poking. It's poking.
It is not.
That's awesome.
It does look like a really fun game. I haven't had a chance to play that one yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. Is that 18, 16? What is that? When did that come out?
13. And that's the OG version. If you see the new one from Eagle Griffin, it just oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It really pops. Just a fantastic game. Highly recommend it.
Mike, did you or Bob just buy this? Or did both of you buy it?
Bob just bought it. I've had it since last year, and he bought it because
okay.
we played it recently. And he got the Eagle Griffin version. Yeah.
Of course he did. And you have the old one?
Yes.
Okay. Not that it matters.
Great
but...
connections for it. So.
I mean, kind of. All right. All right.
For the tally being for jokes, there's definitely more head shaking than there is laughter at all. Almost all of these that happen.
Because they're all puns. They're all puns. I mean, you can't. They're not supposed to be gut wrenching. Belly laughs.
Well, I mean, we started getting judged by laughter when we started, and then Tim just started going willy-nilly with his pencil, and I'm like, well, apparently the rules have changed, so I'm not going to play the game anymore.
Well, you were kept in a dark room.
Now that's a damn lie, Mike. You continue to make those stupid jokes the entire time. So you, sir, you're just salty about it.
I might just be going through a phase. I don't know.
That. You know what, Mike? That's 2 points.
That's a 3-pointer. I heard 3 groans there.
3 points. Now shut up and quit your bitching.
He just needs a better outlet for all of his dumb puns.
I'm getting charged up about this. Let me tell you.
Start being more positive. Stop being negative.
No.
Even Googs is getting in there.
Oh, wow.
Shoot. Woo. Shoot. This is, man. I don't know.
All right, so that was your number one?
My Rococo was my number one. I thought it'd be fun to throw all this newness in there and end up with a 11-year-old game on my number one.
That was quick,
but it's excellent. Too. It's very good.
All right. So my number one, this is I mean, is this the best one? Not necessarily, but I did have a really great time with it. And I'm really looking forward to playing this like a whole bunch more coming up in the future. I want to play it with West. I'm definitely going to play with Googs. And I know that Mike and Bob and I will be playing it more this weekend at IndyCon while we're together. And we'll probably play it with just about anybody who will sit down and hang out with us this weekend. So this is a re-theme with a little bit of extra rules to a card game called 1% from Iconic Studios. This version, I believe, might actually hit Kickstarter tomorrow, and it is Evil Dead 2 1%, a groovy game of strategic chance. So this is basically 1% with an Evil Dead 2 theme. Have you guys heard of 1% or played 1%?
No.
Let's go here since there's actual images.
So 1%, what you're trying to do is roll 2 10-sided die and get 00. You have a 1% chance of getting a 00. So, literally to start the game, everybody rolls the dice. Lowest number goes first. But if you roll double zeros, you win. So you could win the game in 30 seconds. Then you're just going to play again. But then what we're going to do is you've got 5 suits of cards, right? So there's heads, deer, boomsticks, chainsaws, and severed hands. Those are the 5 suits. The numbers on the cards are basically 1 to 5. There's 2 of each, 50 cards in the deck. You are going to look at your hand of 3 cards. Everybody gets 3 cards unless something gives you more. You're going to look at your hand of 3 cards, and I'm going to hold up my 3 cards, and I'm going to go, you know what? I believe there are 8 hands at this table. So I'm guessing based on the hands that are on the cards in my own hand, and also maybe what everybody else has. So then the next player, like liar's dice, with a little extra, right? So the next person can change suits, or they can, but they have to increase the number, right? They can stay in the same suit, or they can change suits, but they've got to increase the number. Goes around till somebody calls bullshit on them. And then you either say, I believe that Tim is right, or that, Tim is wrong. And then you go around. If you were right, you're still in, and you go until there's only 1 person left. At the very end, you're going to get to pick 3 total rewards. So there's cards that you can pick, or you can roll the die as your reward. Some of the cards you can pick are other numbers that you can roll to help you win the game. So like Mike, I believe, had like an 8 and a 2 yesterday when we played. And so now he can roll 0, 8, or 2 on those 2 die, and any combination of that, and he can win. So you're going to just be taking those. Bob kept getting this reward that was like hold an extra card. So he could hold 4 cards in his hand. So that allowed him to have even more knowledge, right? And sort of just the bluffing and bullshitting aspect of this game, kind of like cockroach poker, right? Bringing it full circle, making a circuit, if you will.
Oh, God.
But this was so much fun. It was so rowdy. I rarely in studio cuss on camera, just because we try to keep that like relatively PG. And yeah, like cuss words were slipping out because it was so just the tension with the bluffing and the lying and everything. You just think you know people. But we had a really good time.
Using your power.
Yeah, it totally was. The Evil Dead 2 theme is basically arbitrary, but the art is fun on the cards. The rewards all look really cool and thematic. So the arbitrary theme is not as offensive to me as the arbitrary theme of Scout, where there's nothing there that lends itself to the game. The theme lends itself to the game. But anyways, so this Evil Dead 2 1%, I would say that 1% was really fun and really good. And if you're down with the Evil Dead 2 theme, that's the one I would go with, because there's a few more reward cards in there that make gameplay more interesting.
Liar's Dice.
I like Liar's Dice a lot. Like I love beer and pretzels games, like let's just sit around and yell at each other. This game, like I can see playing this game with Wes and just getting 3 inches from his face and just swearing, and calling him every horrible name I could think of, because he conned me with what he had, or what I thought he had.
He would never do something like that.
Yeah, he talks about how he's bad at bluffing, but when we play cockroach poker, it gets crazy. And I love it.
I always tell the truth. And I'm always the good guy. I'm never the bad guy.
Until you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he says.
Basically.
Yeah.
All right.
I gotta put that down 1%. I don't know that one.
Yeah, it's worth looking at, man. It's worth looking at.
That's gonna be on Kickstarter tomorrow?
I think it's tomorrow. I have to check my email.
Okay.
Our videos will be up tomorrow. There's a full playthrough. So there's 15 minutes of us playing 2 games.
Yeah, you said there's 2 of them. That's good.
And then we have our preview video coming out tomorrow as well.
Cool.
Now, these are some dark times. So we're gonna go back to the Dark Ages, and we're gonna bring up an oldie but a goodie that I had the opportunity to play in Toronto, of all places,
Damn it.
with my good buddy Chris George, who was having massive issues with his camera. It was powering up and powering down. It was really rough.
Mm.
But it is a little game called Barony. Also added to my personal collection here.
It's got the sticker.
Yep. Now, if you've ever played Go and you thought, you know what Go needs? Go needs to be like mixed with Catan a little bit, has some good old area control thrown in on top of it in a simplified form. And I also want to absolutely annihilate my good friends. That is basically what this game is. There are these big castles that you're putting down as you start the game. So these are hex tile systems. You lay them out in a functional pattern. They're completely random. Each one of those different hex tiles is worth a certain amount of points if you were to harvest off of them. So they could be from like 0 to 5 points. And you have these big giant castles that you're putting down. Then you have these little horsey men who are going to run out and they'll fight for you. And you can turn them into little farms, little house farms, and then you'll gain points for that. But the key is you can also turn them into keeps, and keeps will stop other people from coming through, and you can't go through the Rocky Mountains with two people in the same turn. You can fight and take other people's horses off their territories. You can steal other people's points from the harvested lands that they've dealt with. I was blown away by how much fun I had playing this game. It was incredibly strategic. It's all about how you place your castles at the very beginning of the game. I didn't understand how much I was going to enjoy this game. Chris George and I, we played, I think, 4 times. And we actually reset it 2 more times after that, just so I could understand why he was choosing certain areas of the board to place his castles down, so that I would be able to strategically play better in the future. Unbelievably entertaining game. It definitely is a 2-player game. You can still play it at 3 and 4 players, but I feel like I've not played it with 3 and 4 players, but I feel like, and what Chris has told me, is there's a bit of king making that can happen, because there's a certain point where you're not going to win, so then you start helping somebody else win. But as a 2-player game, it is brilliant and it is brutal at the same time. You're going to get destroyed, or you're going to have a really good time playing and get destroyed. It was a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it. There's really no asymmetry to it. It's just a simple, easy game. You're scoring points. One of the nice things, if you go back to that point value system where you were looking at just then, what you can't necessarily see from here is that whoever gets the most points at the end of the game wins, right? But if you look at the top row, it only goes up to 60. The second row goes all the way up to 70. So there's a way that you can move down the track, and when you move down the track, you have the ability to gain more points by going forward. So there's a little bit of strategy moving forward there as well. It's a very simple game. There's 6 different things you could do on your turn, and you choose from those 6 things. That's really it. It's really easy. But there's so much strategy. That's why I refer to it as kind of that Go mechanism, because Go is very simple. You just do one thing, but this, you get 6 different choices, but they're all basically very simple. And it's all strategery around which piece you put down and how you've set yourself up for the area control mechanism of the game. Brilliant game. Highly recommended.
I've heard of this, and I know Marc Andre. I'm intrigued.
It is a game that I had never heard of, ever. And Chris George was like, he was showing me some of his favorite games, and he was like, well, there's always Barony. That's my favorite game. He's like, but you'll lose a lot because I'm just really good at it. So of course that was the game we had to play. I was like, I'm not gonna, you jerk, I'm not gonna lose. Are you kidding? I lost. I horribly lost, but I had so much fun playing it. It was excellent. So, and it's technically out of print, of course, but I think I got a copy from BGG for $30 or something. It wasn't very expensive. And it has an expansion. I've not played with the expansion yet, but highly recommend.
That sounds pretty fun. I like those kind of games. I wrote it down.
I'm sure I'll bring it to QSCon and maybe Origins. I'm not sure. I'll get in a little trouble if I bring too many other games to Origins.
There are games to be played. That's for sure.
Games to be played.
All right, that was a good one.
All right, Mike.
All right, my number one is going to be the competitor to most game played this year. So Path to Civilization is in the running, and Nunatak is the other one that's going to compete.
I was about to say Nunatak is going to win for most games played, I think.
Nunatak. There you go. Temple of Ice. So this was muled back from Essen by West for me because it's the game that Quan Chai art, right? Sings, I want to be there. So we muled it back. We played it at the beginning of the year at that Niagara game thing. And it's in German. It's only in German. So we used Google Translate to play with the cards, and it worked. The rule book, the cards, it all worked really, really well. It will be, I think it's debuting at UK Game Expo in English, so it should be available in June in its English form. But this game is it's super sleek. Once you get the iconography, you don't really, unless you haven't seen the card before, you don't need Google Translate. The iconography makes sense. When you're looking at what's on the card or what's going on, you're good. Even the cheat sheet for the end game scoring is in German, and the iconography makes sense once you know what's going on in this game. And it's simple. There's a market. You're going to pull a card. You're going to add it to your tableau, and you're going to take one of your ice blocks and put it on the matching icon in the temple. So each one, if you go back a couple, you'll see the temple without all the ice blocks or not fully built. Back a little bit more.
No, where'd it go? It was at the beginning.
No, that's fully built. They're all fully. Yeah, one of those. Go back. Nope.
I had it.
Yeah,
that one right there.
There. Well, it's far away. Try another one.
No. It was like one of the first pictures. I don't understand why it's gone.
Anyway, that's the main layer right there. That first picture that he did. There you go. There. Perfect. So change off it. So there, when you pull a card, if you look at on the other side, like the northeast of that, you'll see there's tiles without ice cubes on them, right? When you pull a card, you're going to put one of your blocks on the matching icon in one of the available spots. So if you pull the purple card, you put the cube on the purple spot. If you pull a yellow card, you put the cube on the yellow spot. And then you're putting that card into your tableau. So you're getting your set collecting. There are 6 different colors. So you're trying to get one of each of the 6 to get points. Like that's a set collection point. But then you're also getting points within its own suit. So the more yellow you get, you'll get points based on what yellow does. The more purple you get, you'll get points based on what purple does. So there's a little bit of set collection in 2 ways. Then when you put your ice cube down, if you've completed either a row or a column, you get to move up your whatever they're called, architects in on your personal column. That will be adding to your score at the end of the game. And then if you've completed a 2x2, there's majority points given out, and you break ties because you're the active player. The game is pull a card, add it to your tableau, and put an ice cube down there, and then score points. And it's super smart and it's super intuitive in its design because it all makes sense. I also I don't like that they're not flipping their tiles. If you notice, Wes, like I've already been
Yeah.
had those tiles flipped over.
Yep.
But yeah, the game is super. There's a little bit of, I don't want to say wonkiness in and too much of a negative light, but in
Oh.
a 2-player game and in a 4-player game, there are some specific things you need to do to it. In a 2-player game, you're playing with basically an AI character that you have to set up your ice blocks in a certain way, including a third player's ice cubes. And in a 4-player game, there's this end game thing because the number of tiles don't match out, where there's a tiebreaker, and the person who did the tiebreaker the best gets to place the second to last cube. Little bit of stuff for a 2 and a 4. I highly recommend this at 3 because you don't have to change anything. You just give everybody their set and you play. But it's so smart in the way it's doing its thing, and it feels familiar. Like your tableau building feels familiar. Your set collection feels familiar. Everything it's doing feels familiar from other stuff, but it does it in what felt fresh to me. And then you have this awesome table presence where every time that's been on the table, people are coming over like, what are you playing? What's going on there? Like it's inviting people to play this game. And it really is easy to learn. It's really not even complicated to set up. It looks like all you're doing is setting that up as your base and you're ready to go. But yeah, I love this game since we played it. I brought it to every con. I've played it multiple times, sometimes back to back at conventions. Yeah. It's like play it again, and it's quick. It does not take long. But yeah, this and Path to Civ are gonna be I'm curious which one's gonna end up winning at the end of the year, or if something overtake it.
I love that table presence, man. That game looks beautiful.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great, and it's got orange pieces which are awesome. Again, if you can grab a copy, like it's in German, it doesn't. Once you understand how the game is playing, it's not complicated at all. But it will be out. I don't know where in the U.S., but it will be in English. So yeah, it's a great game.
Yeah, I think the lady at Gamma said that it will be worldwide released in August. So, like they'll have it at Gen Con.
Beauty. I'll be there.
If that's $28, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's way better than
like the pieces are great. The quality is great. It's probably a 40 MSRP for sure.
Yep.
But it's if you see it, grab it. It's lovely. It's such a fun game to play.
Pre-order on Board Game Bliss.
Mm-hmm.
Which interestingly enough, I'll be going there later this year.
Yeah, because they're in Toronto. Yep.
And this website doesn't want to load up. So all right. Whoops.
Yeah, Nunatak Temple of Ice is a strong recommendation for me. I've loved every game I've played. I've played it at 2. We played it on the show a couple times. I played it with Chris. I played it with West, and I played it at 4. Probably more often than 3. I like it personally at 3 because you don't have to do any of the extra stuff for it. But it's good. It's a good one.
Pre-order.
Yep. I know someone who's going to UK Game Expo.
Yeah. Someone will definitely be there.
Man. If
It'd
only
be funny
we knew
if
who.
you get me a copy from UK Game. I would have 2 copies from foreign conventions.
I have a feeling I'm sure there'll be something else that you'll want, so it'll be fun.
I don't usually. I mean, UK usually is here anyway. The Essen stuff. There's some unique stuff at Essen.
Yeah.
But this game, I can't get enough of it. It's just, it will always come with me until something dethrones it. It's super smart.
Yep. All right, runners up.
Yeah, why don't you start with the runners up? Since you wanted to blow it up earlier.
Yep, I got 2 that I need to talk about. 3 actually. So the first one that I have to talk about for runners up is going to be Kabanga, also added to the personal collection. This is another really great filler, fun in the middle game. You basically grab, you have cards. There's a row that goes down the center, and there's numbers on either side. What you do on your turn is you take a card from your hand. It's a card shedding game, and you try to play it on one of those gray cards. You can't play on the same color as the person in front of you unless you decide you can. You just have to take a card. But if the space in between those numbers, so like if someone played um, a another one on top of that gray one, then the number in between there is a 2. So if you happen to have a 2, you say Kabenga, and then you throw it down at the person. That card goes out of your hand, and then they have to draw a new card from the draw pile, adding more cards to their hand. Generally, at the beginning, no one is getting Kabenged, but then at the very end, you've got like a 14 and it's a 6 on the board. So there's a huge opportunity for people to just be kabangaing you over and over again. And it's very fun to play. It's very quick to play. It is an entertaining game. I definitely enjoyed immensely.
It's getting a reprint, a retheme too.
Is it?
I
That
think so.
probably makes sense.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. Some people like to be kabanged more than others.
Yeah.
Speaking of Kabangas, there's another game here called Boosin Memo. That
That's got
received.
Kabengas in it.
Sure does. I can't show the cover at all, and you probably shouldn't bring it up on BGG. But another name that it's also known as is Booby Match, and it's all about matching birds. It is a memory style game where you're just matching the pairs of birds together. And there's real life pictures and there's artistic pictures, and you're just matching the birds and having a great time doing it. I really want the version of the game that has
Tassels.
Has tassels. Yeah, I only have the German version of the game that actually does not include instructions, unless the instructions here are in German on the back of the box.
Google Translate. Google Translate.
Google Translate. Yeah, I'll Google Translate that here. Let's see if I can.
So you know how fun it is to match the red-breasted robin on the on this bird matching
or
game,
the blue-footed booby.
Yeah.
They're also great. Yeah, I do. I couldn't help it. I thought that would be a good one. Let's see if Google Translate says anything entertaining here.
It's too bad there's only birds though, because they really missed an opportunity with matching a titmouse on there. But
I mean, there is a tufted titmouse.
Oh, there is a tufted titmouse.
Yeah. So I mean, that's an opportunity.
Still can happen.
Let's see. We're switching to the camera. See if we can get it to read here. Translate into English. Select the text. What does it say? What does it say? Translate.
Now, also, you can get in trouble for grabbing these birds.
You could.
I would not honk them either.
Yeah. Like all memos, a search for matching pairs of cards that together always create an incomparable word. To begin, the cards are placed face down on the table, shuffled well and arranged in rows. Now each player takes a turn revealing 2 pictures. If the revealed cards together form a chest of birds, then the player keeps the pair of birds and then reveals 2 more cards. This goes on in an unsatiable fashion until the next player fails to form a pair.
So it's memory with birds.
Memory with birds. Yeah.
It's memory with birds.
It's memory with birds. Yeah. And then my most honorable mention that will probably end up being the most game played I will do is Can't Stop. Such an incredibly fun game. I had never played it before until the gathering, and then it was our last play of the night. And those of you who know me know that this is like the worst game for me because I have the massive amounts of FOMO. So I literally can't stop when playing it. You're just trying to roll the dice. You have 4 dice. You're trying to form 2 different numbers by combining 2 dice together. And when you get those numbers, you put them on using the little hats to move up the number mountain, so to speak. And yes, this is the 1980s version that I have. It's a fantastic game. I absolutely love it. It is so fast to play. It's so entertaining. And Bob also bought a version of this as well. And he showed me there's this wonderful Lazy Susan that is perfect to fit exactly underneath it. So I've also got one of those on the way here with Captain Flip. And it will be, you lay it down underneath so that way you can just turn the board to the next person and then they can roll from there. It's a wonderful filler, just like Boost and Memo.
But
I mean,
you can just
would
put
fill
the
in
board
between
on
those.
you can just put it on any Lazy Susan.
You could, yeah, but this is a very specific one that's built exactly for underneath there. It fits beautifully.
Can you send me that link?
I can.
Thank you.
You can thank Bob though, because he's the one who found it.
I will thank Bob. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, this one's just, it's evil. It's just evil.
Mm-hmm.
Just one more roll. Just one more roll. You can't stop now. Like, yep, I can stop. I can.
This is the only version I've played. So when you brought that over, I'm like, oh, it's can't stop. Yeah, this is the game.
Yeah, the Eagle Griffin one, the newer edition of it is nice. It's more compact. There's also the foreign one that's well compact. But like the neoprene mat is cool. The only thing is when you roll, if you have some schmuck that doesn't understand like table etiquette and rolling, you could roll the dice onto the board, knocking things over, and then you got to remember where everybody was. That version that Wes showed with the things that stack, that's cool.
Yeah.
The new version also stacks, but having that recess for them to sock it into.
Yep.
Socket? Nothing. Socket.
Socket.
Oh, yeah.
No, you're not used to me doing it.
Googs is a 4.
I
Yeah.
didn't do it intentional. That was legitimately like because you socket them into that board. Yeah, this one's just super. It's awesome. It's a great game.
Yeah, my kids and I have played it 20 times already. And
Hell
then
yeah.
I played it with Bob and Mike. It was so much fun.
Bob's the one that showed me the Korean version. It's a good one.
Yep.
The way the magnet board opens up, right? The box is the magnet, or the box has magnets and it opens up into the board.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That was good. All right, Tim.
Our light is fading for sure.
Yeah.
That's a double.
Tim, what do you got, Tim?
I got a couple honorable mentions. There was a game that we did I got to play the expansion, which is new, but this game was new to me. It was called Ostia. And you have like your own board, which works as like a rondel where you're picking up your ships, you're dropping them, and then you're getting resources, and then you're potentially moving your ship across the map to get sail to the different cities along the Mediterranean and doing some stuff. And anyways, this game, like, by the looks of it, just seems very dry, but it's not at all. The choices are really, really, really interesting. That rondel, it's sort of like a 5 tribes kind of rondel, right? You pick up from one spot and then you drop until you get to, when you can't drop any more pieces, that's where you land, and that's the action you do. And you can also basically like upgrade your spaces so that like you can get bigger benefits from those spaces. And then the Pirates expansion sort of adds another like 2 more tracks. Like there's other extra things you can try to get, more rewards. But it was really cool, really fun. New to me. Yeah. Trajan Light. Yeah. But Ostia was new to me. I loved it. Thought it was great. Really, really looking forward to having a not prototype version of the expansion to go along with the base game. Another one I've got to talk about, Garden Geckos. I really liked Garden Geckos.
Oh, yeah.
That was a very solid Kickstarter. I thought somebody else was going to talk about it. I thought maybe Mike would talk about it. Mike, you played Garden Geckos.
I was gonna.
Right? Okay.
Yep. It was an honorable.
Yeah, James Staley, this Tin Robot. And man, this game was really fun. Really enjoyed it. Liked it quite a bit. the puzzle aspect of Garden Geckos and the way that you build off of everybody's tiles and you're trying to close in the bugs. Really cool, really fun. And again, like sort of that perfect balance of low rules overhead with lots of really fun and interesting choices. That just makes it really a really satisfying experience. And then the last one I'll talk about.
Wait. That Garden Geckos sings the most when you have to take off your gecko from the place where you've already put it down.
Yeah.
Because you only have a certain number of geckos. So then you've got to like, oh, I'm going to take this one off and move it here. And then a new card flips over and you're like, dang it, I should have left it over there. Because
you're right. You're right. It really forces you, and you can only place your gecko on a tile that you are currently placing. So there's no takebacks. Yeah. Again, the puzzle of this game is really interesting and really satisfying.
It's one of those games that was heavier than I thought it was when looking at the box art, because it's a little deceiving there, but it's not so heavy that it's, a difficult game or anything like that. My daughter plays it with me. It's a great game, but there's a lot more thinkiness to it than either of us anticipated, and it was really good. Definitely.
Mike, do you have the original box art?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how much did Bob get paid for his likeness?
Hold on. Come on, Mike.
Oh, the other one?
Yeah, the good one.
Boy. Yeah, that would take a minute. I found what I could in a short time.
Okay, fine. Anyways, yeah, we had a lot of fun with this, and Bob made a gecko face. And
Gecko Bob.
We played with that a little bit. The last one I'll talk about, I know Mike did not have a good time playing this game, but I absolutely love this game and cannot wait to play more. So it's an older game, but there's a new thing coming out for it. I think it's a new Kickstarter, which makes it into a campaign style game, and that is Set a Watch. I really loved Set a Watch. We've got the Doomed Run. We started messing around with that, and that thing, we thought we were doing so well, and then it just smacked us down so hard yesterday when we were playing. And but it's really neat. They do this really fun. So normally, like Set a Watch, you just pick your characters that you want to use. You got to use 4, no matter how many players you're playing, whether you're 1 to 4. And the box comes with like 6, like the base game comes with like 6. And then there's Forsaken Isles expansion and the Sword of Coin, or some sort of coin.
Swords of the Coin.
Swords of the Coin.
Both of those, yeah.
And they give you all these awesome characters that you can like mix in, and you can just choose what you want to use, and go through it. But then when you do the Doomed Run, it basically, there's 7 campaigns, and a campaign is a longer version of a normal run that you would do when you play Set a Watch. But again, when you start, you only have those 6 original characters from the first game. But then there are these side quests that come up that you have the option of doing. So it gives you something that will make your mission more difficult. But if you can make it through with that, you unlock that side quest. So you might unlock like a mythic weapon or another character that you can play in a future run. So I was playing the Ranger, which allowed us to get extra side quests and complete them. So we were like unlocking the Bard and the Witch and another character, and then we lost. And we're like, no, we got access to all these cool characters, and we were so excited. But this game is really neat. Every one player has to stay at camp, and they assign their die at camp. And that player, it's so important what that player does and the timing of when a player camps. And then the other 3 players are going to go out and they're going to basically fight off the horde as best they can. And so depending on the map location, it's going to tell you how many cards come out. And one of my favorite, like very subtle, but one of my favorite mechanics in this whole game is you've got this campfire you're tending. So the person who goes to camp is tending this campfire, and the brighter the campfire, the further down the line of enemies you can see. And it's just a really neat mechanic in this game. That when I was first playing it, because I played it solo a few times just to learn the game, And when I first like saw that mechanic, I was like, holy shit, that's cool. Like if whatever the rest of this game is, that is really cool. And, but I thoroughly enjoyed this. Mike played the cleric and he felt useless. I don't think Mike was as useless as he claimed to have been, because he was still critical in many things that we did despite losing. We did not lose because of Mike. That's for sure. But I just thought this game was awesome. I'm really looking forward to playing through the Doomed run, like several runs of it, and just unlocking more stuff and just seeing what it has to offer. So, because there's envelopes you get to open when you finish, and yeah, it's a great solo game. It's an awesome solo game. So,
they also have Merchants of Magic, which will be the people that you bought your equipment from, and it's a dice chucking. It's a dice game where you're using the dice. It's a roll in knock, I guess. I don't know. It's a very good game. I also play that one a ton, but that set of watch is fantastic.
Yeah, I really like, and that's Rock Manor Games, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I can't wait.
Good stuff. Bryce, what you got?
Well, I just played Donuts for the first time this year. Very simple, abstract 2-player puzzle. You are basically trying to connect 5, but the twist on this is if somebody leaves a gap in their donuts and you are able to place one of your donuts in between those 2 donuts, those donuts will flip and then become your donuts. Also, whenever you place a donut down, the next donut has to be placed along whatever line you've placed here. So if I place here, here's my available spots. I like these fun little abstract 2-player puzzles. I was actually kind of surprised that this was a Bruno Cathala game.
Oh, wow.
But I find it very enjoyable for the 10-15 minute puzzle that it is.
Katya recommended this one to us. I haven't played mine yet, Mike, so we should fix that this weekend.
Yeah, I got 5 plays already, including multiple on BGA, by the way. I like this one quite a bit. We're gonna go from one end of the spectrum to another. Another old game I played for the first time was Vital Lacerda's Vinos. Man, what a great game. I think one of the things I like the most about this is there's this tendency with newer, heavy games to be long. I just don't think every crunchy game needs to be 3 hours long.
Agreed.
I can get a very satisfying, thoroughly enjoyable experience in Vinos, and in 4 players with a teach be done in 2 hours. We could easily play this game in 60 minutes, 2 players, when 2 people know what's going on. And it's just extremely good. You are using a very interesting action selection mechanism in the middle here. We're just moving your pawn to different areas. You can spend money to go more than one spot. You're only allowed to go one place. And you are collecting ingredients to make wine and then putting those on your player board and getting assistants to do it more efficiently. And then at the end of each round, putting it into like a festival to see who makes the best wine. And that kind of competition each round is kind of interesting as you're watching what other people are competing for each round. Just a very, very good game. And I was very late to the party on this. But I just, again, I don't think every heavy game needs to be 2.5, 3, 4 hours. Easily 2 hours with a teach, and I was just blown away by everything I did on this game.
Have you played the expansion for it?
No, I've only played it once, and that was just a month ago.
Yeah, well, with wine, the best thing to have is a light snack.
Ouch.
That one was good. I don't care what
Silence.
that was good.
Well, if we're going on whether we laugh at our own jokes, let me get back in this competition. All right, I'll give Wes a little more credit, but not because of that bad joke, because of another game he taught me from All Play called
Oh
Dandelion.
yeah, that's a
Yeah,
gooder.
This is good. I bought this within like a few weeks of you teaching me this one. The only thing that's weird is that it's only up to 3 players. I think that's
It
always
is
strange
weird.
when games do that.
Yep.
But it's one of those little cubic all play boxes, and essentially you're going to roll a whole buttload of dice, and you're just going to use one of them to then move your pawn around this. Here we go. This little pedal layout here. Wherever your pawn lands, you're going to put your die there. And then at the end of the game, with the more dice you have on a tile, that's an area control game. So if you have more dice there, you're going to score more points. So you're actually going to get multipliers even based on the numbers that are on these tiles. It ends up being so tight every time I play this. It's always really, really close. And it's just fascinating to see. One of the cool catches to this is if you're able to put the same number die as one of the other players. So if I dropped a 3 here, those 3's got to scatter, and I get to choose where they go. So I could move them to the 3 or move them to the 1. Probably going to move them to the 1 because it's not as high of a multiplier. Also, if you can land on the other player's pawn, you get to move that amount again. So if I used a 2, I wouldn't stop here. I'd go 2 more and land on this tile, drop my die here. Just a couple really cool mechanics and a very easy, sleek game that plays in 20 minutes. It's very, very good.
Yeah, Wes showed me this one too, and I like it. It did not dethrone Sequoia. Sequoia is much. It's the same box. It's got the same play time. It plays 4, 6 people with the expansion. I think 5 people maybe. Dandelions is good. That 3 players. It is weird. But yeah, if you haven't played Sequoia's look at Sequoia.
I have not played Sequoia yet.
I do love Dandelions. I agree Sequoia is a little better, but yeah, this is still a great game.
Yeah, basically, Wes showed you the wrong game. That's
because I don't own the other one.
Damn.
Well, you just ordered a Lazy Susan. Like, you should probably order that one and stick a sticker. I don't even know if the box is big enough for your sticker, though.
All right, so I got
smaller stickers coming too.
I just mean the head on your sticker is so big.
Oh, that's true.
I have
to scale.
One last honorable mention, and it's Charcuterie the board game.
Hey, I played this last year, so it couldn't be on my list.
I previewed it this year, and if you want to talk about games that have extremely simple rules that you can get anybody to play, this is it. I like games that have very simple rules and then very difficult decisions. And this one does that every time because it's an I split you choose. So you're going to take these different stacks of ingredients, pull them out of the bag, split them up, put them out, and then other people are going to choose the stacks. But you can't give people very good stacks, and you can't load just one stack with all the stuff you want. Somebody's going to hate draft it. That decision is so interesting. Just pulling out of the bag. It's so simple, but it's really difficult. And I love games that are arduous decisions and simple rules. And this does this every time you're pulling out of the bag and you're choosing the stacks. I'm just like, oh, I can't give Dan the cheese, and shoot, Wes needs the meat one. It's just I like this one a lot. I really like this one. It's a good game. And it's gorgeous. This freaking watercolor art. Are you kidding me with this? Beautiful. Seriously, these are watercolors. Oh my gosh. I'm excited about this.
Was there an olive free version on the Kickstarter? Like you could just get one without the olives?
I just
no. Just for you though, Tim. I think they're doing an olive bag, however.
Nope. I would never approve that shit.
It's a little bit of an olive loaf.
No. Could you go into the? Can you go to the pictures? Try and go all the way. I know this is stupid. Try and go all the way to the right. Like when you go into the pictures, just keep going to the right.
Okay.
Is that the last picture on there?
No, I think there's more.
I just loaded 5 with the cheese bag earlier today. I was wondering if they got approved yet. Doesn't look like they did.
All the way to the right gets me to like way over here. So
Oh,
last
look at
year,
that. That's the hat I'm wearing.
Mm-hmm.
and then all the way to the left would be the newest ones, though, right?
Oh, maybe it goes to I don't know. I always thought it was to the left or to the right because it adds it at the end of whatever.
I don't see
No.
them.
That's fine.
Dang.
There's
They take
better.
a while to approve images too. Sometimes.
There'll be better pictures posted up there of Yola's art and the cheese bag. It just the other thing that is not coming through on any of those pictures is the quality of the stuff, like the texture on the player boards, the texture on the cutting board. Like it just, I don't know. It came out really good.
Yep. Yeah, I just like how easy it is going to be to get this one played. I'm going to show this one to a lot of people.
Well, you got the public objectives too that are and you play with the base, which are the recommended. So it's like the easier ones to wrap your head around. And then you can just play around with the gourmet ones, which if you want to shuffle out 3 of them and make them gourmet this turn or this round, then, or this game, and you can just mix and match them how you want.
Is the expansion going to be adding in Malort?
No. You can leave that up to Andrew and Chad over at 25th if they're going to add Malort into their one. That and olives. I don't want olives. I hate it. Yeah, this is a good one. I think this one's gonna. A lot of people are gonna like this one.
Yep.
Oh, and also cheese.
Hey, cheese bag. Right next to Salacious.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for picking that. That was nice.
I liked it. I can't wait to play it again.
I thought you played it last year, Mike.
I did not. I was not at the booth while you guys were doing that one. Unfortunately, I was roaming. I think it was one of my roaming hours.
We were probably like, hey, okay, cool. Mike's gone. Let's play something fun.
Yeah. I do believe I have a text from you at that time that says, "Yeah, Mike's gone. You can come over now."
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I remember that.
He's finally left the booth.
Yeah, well, it got a lot easier to track him once we put that ankle monitor on him. But
oh, that was you? I thought that was the state.
Well, you know,
yeah.
I'm also his PO. I'm not just his co-host.
Put that over the one that was already there.
And more than his friend, I'm also his PO.
All right, so I've got a couple that I think should be talked about. Recently, I played Athenium. I picked it up from Michael Petrie. I knew nothing of it. It looked really neat. It's a Renegade title. Nope.
Whoa.
That's not it. Look up another Athenium.
Mystic Library?
Yep, that one. So this one, I think, suffered from the pandemic.
That looks like a Renegade game.
Yeah. I think this one suffered from the pandemic and the world being shut down because 2020 title. The idea is you're building up a mystical library of books. You would love this just for the puns in the books. Every book tile, like that pink book, is a book tile, and every book has a name of the book, and they're all like punny titles of stuff that you like. Oh, that's funny. Play it, Bob. Play it. So the idea is there. If you look at the board in the background, there are cards on the bottom that are public objectives. Like anybody can fulfill it, and you need to have a certain amount of books, certain color books in certain areas, either anywhere on your bookshelf or in certain areas of your bookshelf. Like some of them are denoted to be in these specific cubbies, some of them are not. And on your turn, you can fulfill as many of them as you have wands for. If you don't have the wand, and the wand is a resource in this game, you cannot fulfill a thing. At the end of the round, the rightmost will dump off the board, a new one will come on, and they'll cycle through conveyor belt style that way. On your turn, you see the cards there on the left. On your turn, you're going to go through 2 phases, A and B, or decks, really, in their phases. you'll have 6 cards from deck A, and you will have those 6 cards, and you will play a card and pass the rest, and then you'll get 5 from the next player. Then you'll play a card and pass the rest. When you play a card, and if you look at that card that's there, there's a yellow section on the bottom. The card you play, the yellow is what you're giving yourself. So either you're going to give yourself a wand, or you're going to give yourself a pull from the bag, or you're going to give yourself a rearrangement of your bookshelf, or you're going to give yourself specific colored books. Cool. That's what I'm giving myself. On the top, you'll notice what they call in the rules. There's the left side, which looks like it's got a green background, and the right side, which has a blue background, like on the upper part of your card. Well, you're giving them to your neighbors. So when you play a card, you're getting the yellow. So whatever's in the yellow is yours, but you're giving the player to your left the green, and you're giving the player to your right the blue. But they're also doing the same thing to you. So the player on your right, you're getting whatever is green on their card, and the player on your left, well, you're getting whatever's blue on their card. So you're getting resources from your neighbor. So the choice of, I'm going to play this card, but I'm going to give you 2 points, or I'm going to play this card, I'm going to give you that black book you need for this goal that's out there. A little bit of push and pull in what you're playing. And then the rearrangements will let you rearrange your bookshelves, which you might need for certain things. But then you have another set of scoring, which if you look at the bookshelves, there's candles. And the main game, well, the beginning of the game, you only have that big bookshelf with the 6 different compartments. There's ways to get side bookshelves, which will give you more points. But you'll notice there's candles at the top there. Well, when you pull from the bag, you'll have this tile that on one side is a candle, and on the other side could be a special ability. It could be points. It could be a rearrangement. It could be a wand. It could be specific books. You have to just decide, do you want to use them as books or whatever the ability is, or do you want to use them as candle? The candle will give you points. It's hard to see, but right underneath those candles, there are points in a little like white circle. For every candle there, you'll have points. Like they'll give you points. Oh, there you go. So that point's giving you, that candle's giving you 2. That candle's giving you 4. If you scroll up, you'll see another one. That candle's giving you 3. Then you see that little underneath that 2 there, you see that little oval thing?
Mhm.
That's a spider. If you fill up that compartment of books, the spider goes away and you get a special ability. And the 4 things you can choose are on the main board. You can get a wand, you can get a free pull from the bag, you can get a book of your choice, and you could do something else. I forget what it is at the moment. So you can get your candles, which are giving you points. You could fill up compartments, which are giving you points. Then you have the points on the public objectives that are giving you, like that one right there, that's just above that candle. If you can get that book organized, you get your bookshelf organized with the green over the purple over the blue, and then your blue, purple, pink in that one cubby, that's worth 7 points. So you're getting points from that. There's so much going on. You might even be able to stroll in maybe a little bit more and read some of the titles on the books, but
I was actually looking at them. So we've got making hand soap from hands. We've got bodybuilding with a mortician. Unicorn studies. Don't leave me, Yeti. Relinquishing your humanity. Diary of a Sea Monster. Ghost Home Improvement.
They're great, and they're all different. Every one of them is different. But then
even the undead cry.
The components in the game, like they come with a tray that you put with the cardboard punch to hold the books. Like, so the books they're thin, but like short, but they come with those trays right there. So the production of this was great. The replayability of it is great. You are also you are really good at a certain magic art. So you'll get points if you're the blue player, say, you'll get points for every blue book that's adjacent to each other. So now you got the bookshelves you're trying to fulfill, the public objective you're trying to fulfill, but now you're getting extra points if you can put the same book next to the same color. It had a lot more than I thought it would have, and it did not. It surprised me. It's really, really, and I honestly believe it being a 2020 release hurt it. So, Bob, play your copy.
Oh, Bob's got it?
Bob Albright said he's got it.
Oh, wrong one. Wrong Bob. No, I mean for me.
Different Bob.
Just different Bob.
Yeah, this game, the idea of having certain books in order, but then having certain books in order in a specific compartment, like there's just layers to this. So that when you're done with deck A and you have your 6 cards and you play all 6, cool. That's phase A. Then you do that again with phase B, and it's a different set of cards with different stuff, and you have 6 cards from that, and then that's the game. So you're playing through 12 cards basically, and that's the whole game. It's really,
Nice.
I love that right there. The cleverness of the yellow is what you're getting, and the green is what you're giving to the player on the left, and the blue is what you're giving player on the right. And that wild book could really help that player. But you
Mhm.
might really need that green book, or you might really need to pull, like maybe you need a candle to give yourself 4 points. Like that's 4 points is good. It's really, and then there's a stacking mechanism with the books. Like they can't just be put anywhere in the bookshelf. They either have to be up against another book or up against a side of one of those compartments. It's really clever. So if you haven't played Athenium, it is harder to find. There you go. Jokes by Dracula.
Centaur political theory.
Oh, I love it. The perks of being a walrus. How's it cracking?
Humans are the worst.
They are.
You're not wrong.
Not so
Not
bad.
so
Uranium
bad.
crystal healing. Oh, jeez.
They're great, and they're all different. There aren't duplicates. Like they're all different. So there's even some fun in like if somebody's really trying to like pull from the bag and figure out what to do, and you can just read some of these things and just laugh while it's like off turn. It's really fun. I think it's very clever. It's thinky. It's not too thinky. It's not too complicated. There's a lot of puzzly nature to it. Trying to figure out, how I'm going to get these books to move around because I want to score these points. So I need a rearrangement. That one right in the center there was giving you 4. It's just really clever. There's that blue tile there. That's another way that you can get your side hustle bookshelf. It's just really good. So if you haven't played Athenium, play Athenium.
I'd like to have a side hustle naming some of these books.
Oh my god, man, they're so funny. So there's that one. Also, I gotta say, Art Society surprised the hell out of me. If you haven't played Art Society, it's by Mighty Boards. Art Society, when you first get the box, that's a dual layered box cover.
What?
Right. And you're like, wait. Like, I don't know if any of those pictures are going to do it justice. Like, what this game has, the component quality of it is just, it's amazing. The thickness of the tiles, everything. It's got like a felt insert. Like that yellow is felt. So it's got a texture to it.
What?
This game is great. On your turn, you're pulling a certain amount of those based on the number of players out of the box, and they're on auction. And then you have these auction cards, and you have 1 through 20, and you only have one of each. And when you use it, it's gone. And then it goes in basically initiative order. Who gets to pick first from what's on offer? And there's 2 different things from not only is there the size, but there's frames. There's different frames. And there's different colors: red, blue, green, and yellow, I believe. Red, blue, green, and something. Yeah, red, blue, green, and yellow. You cannot put 2 in color next to each other. I mean, you can, but they won't score. And the more of the same frame you put together, the more extra points extra bits you can get. And your objective is to fill your wall. So if you're looking at the backboard there under number 2, that player is putting those pieces on their wall. And there's a grid system to it. And your paintings are either horizontal or square or vertical. And you're putting them on there trying to cover up as much of your wall as possible. And you also, in the 4 corners of your wall, are -2 points each. So if you don't get all the way out there, you'll actually lose points for not covering them up. But you also want to get similar frames next to each other, because when you put down a painting, the paintings that are touching it that have similar frames will get you those extra bits. And by extra bits, I mean those little trinkets that are there that don't have a frame. Like on the left there, you'll see those 2 things that I don't know what those are. Plates, maybe. No, like on the wall. Yeah, those 2 little things. You get those because when they played a painting, they had matching frames. So they get these extra bits, and that'll help you fill those holes as you're going around. But then the picture that's not picked, so there's always one more than the number of players. the picture that's not picked will go up in value, and that other board there that has the blue, red, yellow, and green, it'll go up the number. Like if you go back to where the paintings were, they all have a number on the back. It's basically it's like a grid system. Whatever the number is, like if a number 5 was left over, and whatever color that is, say it was green, it would go up 5 spots on the green would go up 5 spots on that main board. And then at the end of the game, you get bonus points based on where like how rare those things are in your collection. There was a lot going on, not a lot like, oh my God, brain burnery, but just so much fun in the puzzly nature of trying to figure out how to fill your board. It's really clever. And like I said, a dual layered cover, like a box cover, and then the felt insert. And it's just, they did a really good job. It's Mighty Board. So Mighty Boards, every game that they've done is just.
That's pretty rad. That's pretty rad. That sounds really cool.
Great set collection. Great puzzle to what I'm collecting and how I'm collecting it. Where am I putting it on your board? You always have to, you can't just put them anywhere on your wall. You got to build out from what you have, but you got to make sure you don't have matching colors because then they won't score, but you want to have similar frames because you get bonuses. It's a really good one. I played that a lot at the beginning of the year. And then, did I show you West at Niagara?
Art Society?
Yeah.
I watched a whole bunch of people play it. I've not played it before.
So that's
a polyomino game.
Yeah, I know how much you love those.
Yeah.
And the other one that I fell in love with at the gathering was Stone Spine Architects. I talked a little bit about that at the end of the show.
Yeah, Thunderworks.
Yeah, that one was, I fucked up out of the gate. Like I immediately put a dead end coming out of the top gate because my head couldn't wrap around what the hell was going on at first. But your idea is you're playing these cards and you're playing them from top to bottom. You got to play the top row 4 before you play the second row 4. But you're creating a labyrinth going from the entrance gate to the exit gate. And then as you're playing them, you have it's giving you money so you can buy stuff to add to your dungeon. And then you have things on the cards that might score you points based on your public objectives. It had a lot to it that was really smart. Like that card system where their fingers are putting down tokens. That's different every game. Like you're pulling tokens randomly and you don't know what they are, but you might be able to buy some stuff to add to your thing. Hey, Andrew, I was talking about you earlier. I won't say it now. I'll text you. Hey, Kabuki. Yeah, so Stone Spine Architects had a lot that just shocked me. Like I know Thunderworks does really good stuff, but I did not expect it to be. It was fun. It was engaging. It was really good. And then the whole spending gold thing, like whoever got the most can buy, but then you might be able, like if you soften up a buy, you might be able to buy multiple things. It's really good. And then you have this labyrinth at the end that's just like you can see the maze going through it and the traps and the goblins and the Noors that are in there is really good. As expected from Thunderworks, but
yeah, for sure.
I didn't expect
they were just starting to market this one at Origins last year.
I ended up, it was on Kickstarter, but I ended up getting, because it had like extra cards or something, but I ended up reaching out on BGG to somebody to buy a copy. So it came, I think, last Monday.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a good one. Interesting.
Crokinole is back. Don't let Wes see.
So yeah, those are mine. Those are my
awesome.
I think that was everything.
I really want to pick up Art Society.
Art Society is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I recommend it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. We talked a lot about a lot of good games tonight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like what'll be fun now, it will be to look back on this list at the end of the year when everybody's sort of doing their end of the year, like, oh, these were my games of the year, new to me. If any of these still hold up, that'll be the question.
Yeah, there's some good ones. There are definitely some good ones, and there's a lot coming this year. I know there's a lot of good stuff coming, so it'll be interesting. Yeah, I think
Good
some of these will.
stuff.
I think some of them will. I also think some of them haven't had their light yet, right?
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah, that's
Dixit's
true.
is still on the way. So
yeah, there's definitely some games that, like we said earlier, we normally wouldn't even talk about yet, like on these kind of lists, just
Yep.
because technically they're
Yep.
not out, but
And-
you know,
Unconscious Mind is being delivered this year, so that one's going to start getting played a bajillion times.
I need to get
Yeah.
that one. Yeah,
Oh, it's so good.
great idea. Yeah, we had some good ones on there. We had the Bah Humbug thing that's fulfilling. We have the what was the other one? Life Under Terror technically is out. We've got Captain Flip, which should be out now. How to Save a World is on tomorrow. Wine Cellars, I think 2
coming. Yeah.
28.
Yep.
Seismic is on the 29th.
Seismic's on the 29th. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Death of Civilization just came out.
Yeah, there's some really good ones.
Mm-hmm.
Great time to be in the board game hobby for sure. May 28th. There you go. Yeah, the one with what was it, Grand Central Skyway or something? The other one that's part of Andrew's Kickstarter. And it has Bosley art, looks beautiful too. That's gonna be a good one. All 4 of those games look great. Obviously,
Yeah.
Andrew, but all 4 of those look good. All right. Well, 3 hours 44 minutes. That was a good one for a night where we might not have had a show because unfortunately Chris is still without power. So hopefully that gets resolved for him because I cannot imagine.
That's gonna suck.
Andrew, I just saw your text. Okay. Good. I'm glad I didn't say anything yet.
Oh, whoops.
Well, because it'll be good. I do want to say before we say our goodbyes that I really feel that Mike should have 3 more heads around him, like one up left, one up right, and one above him, and just recreate the Queen cover.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna go for like a Living Tribunal reference, but yeah, I guess the Queen cover makes more sense. So
Yeah, the Living Tribunal I feel already happens. The Queen cover might have been a little. There you go.
Mike is always in Rhapsody. That's his secret.
No, Bob, he's not going to teach you your copy. He's going to teach me my copy. That's
Wow.
also
Or
coming.
I'll teach you guys my copy because
you already have it.
I don't have it yet. No, but I pledged it just like a normal plebe. It's a great game.
You talking about Unconscious Mind?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Have you guys played Skyrise yet?
I have not.
That's the
That's the newest one that came out from Roxley. Once that box came, I've been waiting a while, and I've been super excited because I really enjoy bidding games. And I do like the bidding mechanic in it. I thought the set collecting could be a little more interesting. But it's a good game. It's a good game. That's not a set collecting game. Wait. Yeah,
oh, that's right. But it is Push Your Luck, so you know.
Yeah.
Love it. I love
I played that at the gathering, I think 2 years ago.
What game?
The Skyrise.
Mm-hmm.
That production copy of that looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
The production is insane. Yeah. It's amazing table presence.
Yep. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think they did a good job. I mean, it was still early from what I played, so I don't know what's changed since, but Adam's a good designer. The Roxley team is great at developing good stuff. So
that's true. The cooperative version of whatchamacallit is coming out, is being delivered soon too, isn't it?
You were so specific, I couldn't tell which one you were talking about.
Santorini.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Getting delivered shortly too. Yeah.
That's another one.
Wow.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Yeah, man.
All right. Where's the because Tim left. I gotta go back to. No, you moved. The whole thing got moved around.
Oh, because I left?
Yeah, it bounced on my screen anyway.
Oh,
Sam's fault.
It's almost as if you lost power.
we're like reversed now. It's weird.
Yeah, it was. I don't understand how I dropped earlier and you dropped and you didn't even know you dropped.
It's a brownout.
I did. Oh,
At least it's not a brown note.
yeah, that's true.
Look at that.
I think my favorite part about West making that joke was that he made the Muppet face afterwards. Like every time like Fozzie makes a joke, he goes like that. That's just what West did. He just had that open mouth.
I think if we let this continue on too far, Wes would end up with some electrical tape over his mouth.
Nope.
Probably.
Who's gonna do it? That would be weird if it just appeared.
I'm the big one. I'll have to hold him down while you guys do the taping.
Listen, I'm not taping you and West holding each other down.
No.
Oh, there it goes.
wanna-
It just appeared.
No, I don't want to be in the same room when that's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's save that for.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming on tonight. This was. I was just gonna do a quick show when I reached out. I didn't want to do a top 5. I was just like, let's just hang out and chill. And Mike's like, no, I want a top 5. So
We could have been done in 2 hours, but Mike had to have a top 5. So here we are.
Have a top 5. Yep.
I know.
We did this show in just about the same amount of time it took us to play End of the Line with West.
Ooh, burn.
20-minute game.
It's a great 20-minute game.
Yeah.
Yep.
30 minutes per
20-minute per person in the room.
God. Yeah, in the
I
room.
have a copy of that game, but I haven't played it yet.
It's a fabulous game, and there's a wonderful new version of it that's coming out very shortly.
Mhm.
Right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it is.
It
It is
is
good.
actually like 25 minutes.
It's a good one. They do. It's fun. It's worth playing. Just don't let Wes teach you at 1 a.m.
I think, the quality of people playing may have been.
Careful. There were other people at the table. There were other people.
There were. I think those people did a great job.
Oh, I was going to say maybe that's what he was referencing, but now I don't think that that's the
No,
case.
it was a hit towards me, but they also feel the same as me. So
That's why, like at 2 a.m. when I'm trying to leave and West is like just one more game, but it's 4 more games. That's why all those games are legit 15, 20-minute
Bangers.
games like Mountain Goats, Ahoy Kitten, Cockroach Poker, Scout, all of those games twice. Then it's 4 a.m. and I'm like, okay, look, I can't have my wife be too mad at me because I've got to be awake for like, one kid's baseball game, another kid's whatever, and then whatever stuff I'm supposed to do to actually be like an active participant in the household long enough until my wife decides she needs to take a nap, and then I can take a nap, and then it's like,
So what
That's the
I'm
trick.
hearing is when you don't have those responsibilities, say at another convention, say maybe in central New York, you'd be fine with 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning game nights.
that's different.
Okay.
That's different.
Okay.
Gaming weekends are different. When I got to be on for my kids and I got to like,
Power through it.
not be a asshole all day. Keep my wife happy.
See about
Different. But no, conventions are a different animal. Like I'm not getting any sleep this weekend. Like, cause I guarantee. So at this indie thing, we'll be at a place until like 10 or 11 when they close it down. And then we're going to go to my sister's house where we're staying. And then we'll probably play a few more games. Then I'll be up. I'll be back at that place by 9 a.m. and I'll be playing games till 10 or 11 whenever they close it down. And then I'll come home. But like, it's going to be, when I'm at a convention like that to just play games, I am trying to play as many games as I can nonstop. Like I just don't even want downtime. I barely eat. Unless I have the food brought to me. Yeah, I just want to be playing board games all day nonstop.
I hear you. I'm there.
So
It makes sense. All right.
I get that mentality.
It's a different monster when you're at a con, for sure.
Oh yeah.
You get to hang out with
100%.
people that you don't necessarily see all the time, which helps a lot as well.
Well,
Yep.
it makes it even worse when West comes around because we'll see West like a bunch and then he'll have to actually work. And so he'll be gone for 3 months and then he starts coming back around again. And it's like, yes. and then we get sick of him. They deport him for a while, and then then he comes
Also
back.
true.
Then we get all excited because he's gone, and then he comes back. We're like, yay! But no, man, yeah, that's the best thing about going to cons, like when you get to see all the people you don't see on the daily, right? So,
Yep. I live for it. All right. So let's do this correctly. Like and subscribe, do the things, not only for us on the full 42, but please go and do the board game rundown that way. Board game rundown, folks. As I mentioned earlier, and now that the lanes have kind of shifted, you can find the people on the left side of your screen, those guys over there, on Wednesdays, doing the Whiskey Wednesday. Usually there's some other cool folks that they have along with them. Really cool episode this Wednesday with Scott Rogers. So that's going to be a fun one. So good luck with that one.
yeah, I'm excited.
You can see us, me on Mondays with my normal co-host Chris, who hopefully will have power back in tomorrow, and then West and I causing more chaos on Fridays, usually at 6 o'clock, depending on how things work, playing games and being weird, doing stuff, and then I think that's it.
Yeah, and go back Rove. Everybody, go back Rove right now.
Yes.
Blind back, just do it.
Yep.
They've got to get to 750,000 for West to get that tulip hat stretch goal.
And dancing the electric slide, right? Is that what it was?
Yes, the electric slide along with the electric boogaloo at the same time. It's going to be very challenging.
West is going to have a TikTok video.
Tulip hat.
Lightning bolts, Mike, right on the side.
Maybe.
Lightning bolts.
There it is.
It might happen. West, going back to West dancing the electric slide in a bow tie, a sparkly bow tie with a bottle of Malort.
With a bottle of Malort, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm hiding my boosts and memos.
You do that, I'll up my pledge for sure. So yeah, great hanging out with you guys as always. I'm glad we got this time.
Thanks for asking. When you reached out, I was like, oh yeah, let's go. Time for the subpar substitutes. Which is more just Mike and I.
Never. I think you've been on this show more than we've been on your show.
We've got to break the drought because we had Mike on a bunch early, and it's been a while since we've had Mike on. So we gotta.
Because you're getting better guests.
Nah.
Yeah. You need to fill the dead Wednesdays with me.
Yeah. Let me just give you a recap of the conversation real quick. Where Mike will be like, Mike will be like, Tim, who's our guest for Wednesday? And I'm like, well, we don't have one. We can ask Googs. And Mike goes,
yeah.
And then it's just that like those lines, those dots going. And I'm like, okay, fine. I guess we don't have anybody for Wednesday. And then Mike's like, that's cool. What's our topic? And that's how it goes.
Wow, Mike. Wow.
I love these made up conversations that Tim comes up with where he totally throws me under the bus.
I do. I know a couple border agents. I wonder if Mike just gets stuck in Toronto.
Oh, yeah.
He loves it so much.
Sweet crokinole board while I'm up there.
You will. Yeah,
I'll get really good. I'll come back as a tournament champion.
That's right. Just make sure you tell them that you bought it in Canada when you go across the border. They really like to talk about all the things that you have to pay for that. So
yes, they do love that. I've heard that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Also, they're going to be watching this video as a reference. So
That's right.
Yeah. All right. As always, fellas, it's been a pleasure. Any last things you want to say? Anything?
Just that laser light show. No, thank you again for having us. It was awesome. Always great to hang out with you guys. Ready to guest again, Andrew? You're ready to on ours or theirs or both? What's up, man?
Both.
Yeah.
No stream.
We're gonna have to ask Andrew for his expertise on what you pair with Malort. That's
Russian roulette.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Exactly, Tim. Yes. Same way.
Ooh, get ready. Yeah, there you go. Both. Yeah, we'll make it happen again for sure.
All right.
To do.
Well, I guess Googs just got bumped again.
Yeah, that's fine. At least you got somebody better. That's all that matters. All right, where is this? What do I have to do? I have to hit something, don't I? It's not the. It's the.
I'm gonna
your Malort.
Trigger all the things real quick. There we go.
Ooh.
Did you learn any new ones?
No, I just still have those. It's
So
the
what does
same.
it mean?
It's like, so there's these, right?
Right.
There's
This
the
one
heart
does.
one, right?
This one does something. I thought, yeah. And
And
then there's the heart. Does thumbs up do something?
Yep. You
There
get
it
the
is.
thumb.
Yeah.
But
Oh
the
wait,
one
thumbs
thumb-
down.
The rating. There's a 1 thumbs up, and isn't there a double peace sign?
Yeah, that's the confetti.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I
Just do it
found.
for everybody, or just for
No.
you?
Just for him.
Got to film
was
with
it-
an iPhone.
Was it Katia? Somebody else was able to do it too.
It was Katsu.
Yeah. If you Wes, if you stream from your iPhone, you'll be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great. Well, because I have one of those.
Yep.
Okay. Good to
Maybe
know.
you could borrow your Flamingo's iPhone.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Dave might have one. It's possible. Dave, do you have an iPhone? No, I hate that shit. Oh, okay.
Dave is just rude.
Yeah, Dave.
No, he's on to something. I like the cut of his jib.
So great. Now give the finger. Oh yeah. Have you done that?
Oh, I don't know that I have. Let's try that.
They probably wouldn't give anything.
Nah, they probably don't give you anything for that one.
Oh,
I'll just.
No.
Oh, it's more birds for Wes bird
Yeah.
memory
boost
game.
memo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you sit there and try and figure out new signs to try and get your phone to react to something?
Sometimes when like Mike's talking a lot, I'll do that just to see what happens.
So like all the time.
Yeah.
Fair.
Or like when
I'm
Mike's sitting in a dark room just committed to the bit so hard.
Frustrated that we planned this whole thing for the show that I was on with you guys, and we didn't talk once about the tulip game. Not once. And we didn't talk about how I was wrong, that it is not a push your luck game. And I had all this stuff planned for it, and it just got wasted. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, there was a really fun text thread where West and Mike were fighting and arguing, debating. And Mike backed. I've never seen Mike back down from a fight so fast. It was.
Well, I looked it up on BGG. If the mechanic isn't in there, where do you go?
Yeah,
True.
but they also will have the mechanic in there sometimes when it does not actually apply. I feel like BGG can be like Wikipedia sometimes, where it's like, well, I'm just going to get on here and add this thing to it.
Well,
is
it didn't
publicly
even
sourced.
have that.
What
So-
tulip game are you talking about? Is it Nicholson's Tulip Mania?
No, Gift of Tulips
Oh,
from
okay.
Weird Giraffe, right? Is it Weird Giraffe?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's for the record, not a bad game. There's two things about it that I'm not a big fan of, and Mike is trying to say that those are the pluses of the game, and I disagree.
Well, I just didn't think they were bad.
Hmm.
I mean, I didn't say they were pluses. I just don't think they're that bad. I mean, you've got so secret in-game scoring cards that get buried, and then only 5 of them come out. So some of these cards may never affect scoring at the end of the game.
And-
I mean,
I just feel like it's a wasted action.
I haven't played, so I don't know. I have no context.
it may not be at all. I mean, if there's less than 5 cards in the Secret Festival, but
Don't worry. I'm sure Mike will bring it to QSCon, or he could even bring it to Origins. It's a small enough package he could put it in his shoes. And
What?
correct. And I enjoy the game quite a bit, so I would like to show more.
If you
people.
come rolling up to that table and you pull out a game out of your shoes, I will be thoroughly impressed.
Hold on. You've never seen Mike like strut around in his Hey Dudes? There's lots of room in those things. He could just.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Wes has got me beat on shoe size though, which is incredible. But
You know what they say about
firm
big shoes,
foundation. Yeah, you have big feet.
big socks. Yeah, Tulip Mania as a Beanie Baby game would be interesting. All right. We crossed 4 hours. I'm good with that.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. I cannot wait to go to sleep.
Yep. Have fun tomorrow, fellas.
Oh, yeah. It's
You
going to
gonna
be a
get all
week.
charged up overnight?
Yeah. There's the Muppet face.
Isn't that your sticker too? Isn't that the face you're making in your sticker?
It is 100%. Yes, it is 100% the
Yep.
face that I'm making.
Yeah.
I'm glad you actually put the sticker there on your water bottle. I otherwise wouldn't know it was yours.
True. I
That's,
like to
Thanks for that.
claim everything.
that's how we're ending it with that. That was
Yeah.
your,
I like
that
to
was the
claim
attempt?
everything.
Yeah, I can't wait to next time I see Mike after he's hung out with West, and Mike doesn't know it, but there's a sticker of West somewhere on him. Well, you've been claimed there, buddy.
Right.
Consequences of trying to tape his mouth shut with electrical tape.
Yeah, you get claimed.
Mhm.
He'll put one on his badge. That's fine. We can make that happen.
There you go.
All right, fellas. Everyone,
There you
thanks
go.
for watching. Thanks for
It's been
sticking around for
awesome.
4 hours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you guys.
See you soon.